Here we go again. This is going to be a bit of practice. Oh, I bet you they had. Oh, you know what? I did the audio wrong. It's going to come out through my speakers instead of my ears. Oh boy, here we start up all over again. Yeah, so I'm going to first do a few dry runs because I'm going to try and cut out the trade hustle in my early game guides. So like I have a guide already that talks about how to do a nice start for exploration. And that guide basically spends 30 minutes inside the core worlds, which honestly I feel like is the safest way to do it. You don't really want to just jump straight out into space, but heck it, how about we just jump straight out into space? So I'm going to play in a way that I feel like is not too unusual for a new player. So mixed normal start. This guy doesn't look like an explorer. No. Yeah, that's our explorer. Roy. Alright, Roy. Roy Elysium. Let's go to space. You ready to go to space? I'm ready to go to space. And explorer start. Normal start, and we will skip the tutorial. For going to space, there's actually a handful of skills that are very useful. I still love navigation because there's a lot of high danger areas that you can explore if you have access to the transverse jump. It's very, very useful. The neutrino detector, once you get used to using it, is a very useful device. Like both of those skills are incredibly important when doing exploration. Bulk transport, also very important. Salvaging, field repairs. Like salvaging is really good because it helps you get more supplies and more fuel as you are exploring the space. Bulk transport lets you carry more stuff. And field repairs allows you to get into combat and then repair up quickly so that if you get re-engaged, you're in better condition. Field repairs is probably the least useful of those three. Because the idea when you're exploring is to avoid combat. Salvaging, honestly, is kind of useful, but at the same time, the only things that matter are the supplies and the fuel, so you get actually more out of containment procedures and makeshift equipment than you do out of salvaging, because containment procedures allows you end up using half the fuel than you would normally, which is fantastic. You also save on crew, and you salvage more fuel, and you get access to the emergency burn for free. With containment procedures, you don't need extra salvage in order to survive out in deep space indefinitely. I have done this, where I've explored an entire, well, it was a small map, but it was still, I was out there for months without returning to base for supplies. I think I returned just to sell stuff, but it wasn't to resupply. I could have been out there like indefinitely by just salvaging derelicts and ruins and things like that to get fuel. Domain probes are your friend. They are loaded full of fuel and supplies that are very important. And then makeshift equipment is similar with the supplies. Cuts your supply use, but it also cuts the supply use to survey planets, which is very nice. Because if you can get that down to a 5, just spending 5 resources to survey a planet, then every planet becomes valuable. Because you invest 5 supplies, which you either salvaged for free or spent around 100 credits on a piece. So you're spending 500 credits, and the worst you'll get back is 1,000. And if the planet is nice, and if you know kind of what to look for nice planets, you can make even more than that. And we'll talk about that once I get into it. So these two science, the navigation and sensors, but also phase coil tuning is a very useful one. Once you have some phase ships in your fleet, they lower your sensor profile as a passive ability. Up to 5 phase ships will count towards lowering your sensor profile, and phase coil tuning almost doubles that, doesn't it? Yeah, plus 100%. So it doubles that for the combat ships. Now that doesn't help the Revenant, the phase trader, but it does help your combat ships and lets them add more, it actually lets them subtract more from your sensor profile, which is very nice. It also increases their sensor strength, so it works both ways there for them. So this makes phase ships really good as support ships, which they already are really good as support ships. So For a starting skill, I still think it's got to be navigation. And I play this skill up a lot because it's really, really, really useful to have access to the button that just lets you leave a system and have access to extra ways to enter a system. It makes exploring some of the more dangerous areas a lot more safe. So we're going to start with navigation, and I'm going to do a little bit of a trade hustle. Not much of one. I'm just going to show off what I think is like the bare bones, like what you can do. And honestly, since I'm doing a fresh start, I'm doing this live, we could end up getting into some trouble because it's not a guaranteed maneuver. I'm going to try and play it a little more safe because I don't want people to be uncomfortable with trying to pull off the same stuff I am for the early game. So we'll see how it works out. So the first thing I'm going to do as soon as we get into the game is I'm going to warm up the hotbar. I do this every time. I don't like the way that that's laid out. It's especially when it comes to space exploration. I want the sensor ping and the salvage button right next to each other, and I'm constantly turning on and off the sustained burn for better maneuverability. Because if you're sustained burning, you can't pivot too easily. You can't turn too easily. But if you turn it off, you can pivot really quickly and then turn it back on and start going fast in a different direction. It's not really good for evasive maneuvers. The emergency burn is still better for that. But as far as like moving around a system that you're scanning, very useful. Then we're going to check out what I got going on. It's an okay fleet. We got a drone tender. Got some... probably want to pick up another gas can, which is fine because we're going to immediately leave. And as soon as... You see how we phased out, but we haven't left the system yet? And you'll notice the hotbar has lit up again. Immediately at this moment, but while you're phasing out into hyperspace, but you haven't left the system, you can go dark, kills your transponder, and when you arrive out in deep space, your sensor profile is now much smaller than it would have been otherwise. Now, unfortunately, this pirate's fleet is right here, and but there's a hegemony detachment as well. So this is the problem with starting quickly that I've been noticing, is there is a pirate activity on Corvus and on Galatia every time. So as soon as you go into deep space from Corvus, you can get into an encounter. And this guy, we would easily stomp him because we have a nice fat cruiser in the Apogee, but I don't want to have to fight him. I really don't. I would rather avoid him. And thankfully, that fleet there was going to intercept for us. So now we just come over here, and if you see pirates, just dive in on the Pontus. It gets you safe quickly because they patrol around this area at the start of the game. But since there's no pirates in the immediate vicinity, we can come over here. Now, the orientation of the planets is always the same when you start off. There might be some planets in the core worlds that are a little bit different because some of them spawn in different worlds. But Galatia's I believe Galatia's always the same. Like, I don't think it ever gets any extra worlds. I'm trying to find a good example really quickly of a system that has an interesting, like, different planet that's not normally there. Yeah, here's a good example. So, there's 2 gas giants here in Asconia. There's usually only the one. But there's 2 more now, and this one also has a frozen world, a barren world, a rocky world, barren world. So those aren't really that great, but they're always worth checking out because sometimes they have weird, like there'll be habitable worlds sometimes on these. Although I read in the patch notes that's going to change, but still, it's worth noting that sometimes there's extra planets in a system that aren't always there. Depending on how many times you play the game, you might see different stuff, or you'll definitely see different stuff. Anyway, with Galatia. This planet here is where the derelict field is. And this is from the tutorial. You'll be familiar with it. It's always here. You can always come here and get these ships. The thing is that I don't think most of them are really worth the trouble, because you need a story point for half of them. But there are a few that are useful. If we're doing exploration in space, we do want another gas can. So we'll grab that one. If I had the story point, I would grab the Tarsus Freighter as well. But we don't. The kite is good for literally doing its namesake. It can kite the enemy really efficiently. The wolf here is also very similarly useful. It also came with a heavy blaster this time. The weapon armaments on them is random, but the ships are not. And then the hammerhead is also available to recover. And that's why we're here mostly, is for that hammerhead. The wolf is also useful. The kite will be useful since we're trying to be quick this time. And the dram as well. The rest of these ships, not terribly useful. This is a Mark II Buffalo. They're just weapons platforms with no shield. And they're not really good. The other kite is absolutely not worth a story point. The lasher's not really. It's just a frigate. It's not that expensive. The Tarsus freighter, like I said, if I had a story point, I would grab that just to get the extra cargo space, but also the extra fuel space. They're kind of robust little freighters. I like them a lot. And then the Condor would be another one that I would consider if I had the story point to spend. But we're not going to worry about that. We're just going to go and try and get out to space as quick as possible. We want to go to space. But remember, before you cross this asteroid field, turn your transponder back on. You don't want to get in trouble with the local authorities. And we do need to go to we need to get some weapons on our new ships. So we're going to go here. And even so in the tutorial, this is the place that's a problem with supplies. But because you're not doing the tutorial, they don't. Oh, this is very good. Insulated engine assembly is incredibly useful. It lowers your sensor profile. Anything that lowers your sensor profile will help you avoid encounters. So we're going to grab that up immediately. And then look at our ships that we got. I like to arrange these in a specific order with my biggest ships at the end, with my civilian ships behind them. Like, these are the ships that I'm never going to deploy. And then up here, and then this is my carrier. Behind him I have my smaller carriers. And then up here I have my ships, usually in order from most expensive to least expensive, by just generic combat ships. The tenders get placed behind the condors because I'm not always going to deploy the tenders. Okay, so let's look at the kite first. He's got a salamander on him, that's nice. Those are expensive. Not a lot of options here. He's already got the salamander, he's got an autocannon. I don't really want to mess with too many things, so I'm going to give him some breachers. They're great for punching armor, and since his gun punches shields, I'll give him some breachers to punch armor. But really, he's just here to be a distraction, which is why he's getting reinforced bulkheads, because I expect him to die. I'm also going to insulate his engine. We're going to do that to most of the ships, so that we can guarantee, not guarantee, but so we can have a little better of a time hiding from the enemy. And then I'm just going to dump the rest in capacitors, so he has a nice shield. The flux balance here isn't great, but the thing is that I don't really care about him engaging for long periods of time. I want him mostly to kite the enemy, and as its namesake. This guy we're not going to mess much with. We're just going to take off the distributor and put on the insulated engine assembly. Since it's already got reinforced bulkheads, we don't want to lose any ships while we're out. So reinforced bulkheads is great if we do get into a fight, and the insulated engine assembly is great to protect us. And then he's already got harpoons, so I'm going to pair those up with sabots. The 1-2 punch by firing a sabot and then a harpoon is fantastic. It usually would allow a KO on a smaller ship, and he could even punch up and hit a much bigger ship. Oh, nice. We have some mining lasers here. I'm going to cover him in mining lasers. They're very cheap for ordnance points, and together they do a decent job of at least taking down 1 or 2 missiles. They also have the extended range, so they can reach a salamander a little easier. They can also be used to pressure shields. They don't do a lot of damage, but the fact that they can do damage at a decent range, the same range as our heavy blaster, I actually really like the mining lasers. And we'll leave the heavy blaster on him, since normally I would get a mining blaster for him, but I'm just going to leave the heavy blaster because it is a stronger, bigger weapon, so we'll leave him with that. And then we'll just fill up the capacitors and fill up the vents. It's important to remember that your capacitors, that's your shields. So it's useful to pour extra points into that. And I'm actually going to lower it, though, to add the armored weapon mounts. Just gives him a little bit of armor, protects his weapon mounts in case he drops his shields and gets hit. That way it doesn't disable his weapons so easily. It's really just an excuse, because I had that leftover point, I could put another point. I could put that point into something useful. You could also change out the mining laser to a different... they only have long-range point defense. I'd rather just have the armored weapon mounts. This guy... I think I'm just going to outfit him because the weapons are here. I'm going to do the default outfitting, but I am going to change to a sabot instead of an extra harpoon. And on the back end, we'll just give them the long range since they don't have another short range. Point defense. We don't have any other point defense. Oh, I do have some on the apogee. So actually, yeah, we have a lot of long range point defenses that are available. So how about we change this guy around a little bit? Give him long range point defense all around. So this way he can help support the other ships with his long range point defense. I keep saying he. I often say he for whatever reason. I guess because they're pointy ships. Although most of the time ships are referred to as she. Anyway, it's not really that important. All the vents. Ooh. The ventage is not really that great because of the multi-power grid. This is kind of a crappy debuff. It increases their sensor profile as well. But it's going to cost way too much to restore him. So we're just going to have to deal with it. Give him extra capacitors and vents to try and counter that. But again, we're not trying to get into combat. And if we do, hopefully he'll just operate at a decent range so that won't be a problem. Unfortunately, we don't have any interesting weapons to slot onto this. We would rather have a high-intensity laser here. I would, at least. Or a Tachyon Lance, even. But, and we, like, because these are large racks, but we only have medium weapons equipped to them. But it's not the worst thing in the world. We are probably going to go out there and find some better stuff to put on them at some point. For here, I'm going to... Ooh, I don't have enough light machine guns to do it. I was going to change some of the guns around. I like the Vulcan cannons, but... Alright, let's just put one... Take one off of him to put the other one onto him. And... Insulate the engine. And if we do get... He doesn't need any vents. If we do get into a fight, I want the reinforced bulkheads and the unstable injector so that he can get out of it. Oh. And the extra capacitor is just for their shield. So this is like for when they're retreating. They'll be honestly a distraction. But anything engaging them, like they do still have swarmer racks, so that'll help a little bit. Alright, so this is a decent fleet, but we still have some money, and there are some other ships that would be useful to have in our fleet. So what we're going to do is immediately leave again and go earn a little bit of money. And be careful once more. I should have turned my transponder off before I left, because you can see there's some fleets out there hiding in the nebulas. You can just see the pings, but we got away nice and safe. And again, since we're just starting, all of these planets are in the same orientation as when you start any other time. So I know right here is where Chico Maztok is. I often refer to it as chicken pizza. Gotta remember, when you dive in on a gravity well, to turn your transponder on. It's not on by default. See, because if I had, this guy would have come over to talk to me. But we're gonna wait for him to leave anyway. Merchant, because we want to sneak in, because we don't want to get yelled at for our black market trading we're about to do. So I'm going to wait until that little sensor ring passes by me, go dark, so he can't see me, touch the station, and now this is what we're here for. Heavy armaments. They're at a decently cheap price, and wonderful, because Yama wants some. This is great because normally you end up having to deal with some pirates or something in order to make the first deal, and that can be dangerous. But here we can make a deal with Yama instead. But I want to look at all the other options to see if there's anything else that we can make more money on, and that's a big one there. So if we go to Chalcedon, we could sell a ton of supplies to the Letic Path and make a huge profit. But since I don't have enough to fully buy out... Ooh, you know what? We almost do. But since I don't have enough, and I am worried about our fleet getting harassed, what we're going to do instead is we're going to buy some weapons. And since Yama needs weapons, we're going to go right next door to Yama and sell them weapons. So grab those and immediately pause as I get out, hit the transverse jump button. We should get out before this guy gets over to us. Yeah, he can't even see us. Good. Fantastic. So we got out, and that doesn't harm our rep in any way because we had our transponder off. You can make the deal with the transponder on, but then they'll come over and yell at you, and they may want to search your ship. And if they search your ship, then that's a problem because they're going to find the weapons, and that's illegal goods. We're going to try. I checked the map, you'll see, to double check which one of these gravity wells is Yama, because I want to drop right in on it. Transponder on it once more, and in we go. And once more, once I see there's no one around us, we go dark, so that we don't have to worry about getting hit. I go dark because it turns the transponder off. You do just need to, all you need to do is turn the transponder off. But going dark also lowers your sensor profile even further. So it's like, I go from being super visible to being very, like, not invisible, but very hard to detect. So if there is anyone nearby that I didn't see, they might see that I disappeared, but they won't see where I am. I'm also going to sell these heavy machines. We're going to need heavy machines in the future, but these ones are are in high demand here, so we're going to sell those. And I'm also going to sell most of the supplies. I need just enough so that I can get back to Chico. And I don't think there's... Oh, they have domestic goods here. But I don't want to go out of my way to Ragnar just to... I mean, I could triple the money. But how much space do we have? No, we're going to make more money selling to the Letic Path. But I need to make sure my fleet is a little stronger, or at least a little wider, to discourage them from fighting. So you'll see here we have some drone tenders, and I want to pick up like 8 to 12 drone tenders before we go into space. This is the thing that usually takes up a lot of my time before I go into space, and why I don't just run out there, because I want these drone tenders. I want these support ships. Drone tenders, you'll see I have one already. They have the salvage gantry and the survey equipment, both of which are very important for deep space exploration. The salvage gantry will give you extra salvage, both when you're salvaging derelicts, but also when at the post-battle as well. It also increases. What else was it? No, I think that was it. Yeah, but it doesn't increase the rare items, but the important thing is that you're going to get more fuel and more supplies back. And right now, with just one, it's at 10%. But if I add in more, I can get that up to like 30 or 40%. And now I don't even need the salvaging skill, because I'm getting that from the drone tenders. You also don't need a salvage rig, which is basically a useless ship aside from the fact that it gives you extra salvage. By just having extra drone tenders, which can be used in a fight, and we get 2 for the price of 1 salvage rig. Having the extra drone tenders is much more important. And I'm actually going to buy up all 4 of these, as long as faulty power grid and malfunctioning comms. Those aren't too bad. The faulty power grid's a bit of a bummer, because it raises the sensor profile. But I have other civilian ships and I have other larger ships in my fleet. It's not going to be big enough of a change, especially because it's a frigate, it's a smaller ship. It's not a huge change. It's only 15 points more. And it'll be much less once I add the insulated engines onto them. So that's very different than, say, having one of these larger civilian ships have a faulty power grid, which could basically be like a game ender. It's like, no thank you, I don't want this ship farting. Like this guy, the Colossus, already has 180. And if he added an extra, what's the change? It's an extra 50%. Yeah, that would make him basically as stinky as my entire rest of my fleet. So we don't want that. That's why we're sticking with smaller ships. These guys also add cargo, 100 cargo apiece. And now I'm not worried about cargo, because the only cargo I'm interested in when I go out into deep space is carrying enough supplies, carrying enough machines, carrying enough fuel, and then finding rare items. That's what we're going to be focusing on, because honestly, the resources you can find out there, aside from the heavy armaments, none of them are really worth bringing back to space. Not even the drugs. Because if you remember, drug deals are good because you deal in such large numbers. Well, if I'm have my cargo hold full of drugs when I could be grabbing more and more valuable things. It just takes up space. They're only worth like 200 a unit, 600 a unit if you get a great deal, but more often than not, you're only going to sell them for 300 to 500. Whereas heavy weapons, almost always you can get 500 to up to 1200 per unit. So it's much better to just heavy weapons are the only thing you're worried about bringing back, and rare blueprints. Well, I mean rare items, not just blueprints. So we're going to grab all 4 of these drone tenders. Get a wider fleet. And I actually am going to do this trade deal here, because it'll give us a little more money. Because now we can get more, since we have the drone tenders, we can buy everything off the black market. We're also going to buy all this fuel, because we need a little bit of fuel. We're still doing good on crew, so we don't need crew, but since crew's not that cheap here, it's not a big discount. But now we need to warm up our drone tenders, because they're naked right now. So I'm going to go into this guy. We're going to take the salamander on. I will take the... What can I get on them? I can get heavy machine guns. That's pretty good. Because I want to put the same weapon on all of them, so that it's easy to stamp the blueprint. So we're going to go with the light dual machine gun. It's good point defense. And that's kind of the only thing he needs. Doesn't even need that, to be honest. We'll keep the reinforced bulkheads. We're going to add the insulated engine assembly. You could add expanded cargo holds to get more cargo, but then you're kind of tight on the rest of the points you have left. That's the main reason why I only put 1 gun on him as well. I'm going to put the unstable injector on them, because this will allow them to avoid combat a little bit more when they're in combat, because we bring them into combat because of their drone tenders. And this saves some capacitor space, so we can practically double its shields. And since, the only thing that this thing needs to do is survive, I want the reinforced bulkheads. This way, if it does get dropped, it's more likely than not will be able to get recovered. So this guy, what I do with them is when we're starting to lose a fight, I deploy the entire fleet of drone tenders at once, and they are fantastic for distracting the enemy. Then we click the autofit button, click one of the empty slots, click on custom. That's the one we just made. And then we go to the other guys, to bring up the autofit, click on custom, confirm. And that stamps that recipe across every single one of them. Now, you got to be careful sometimes, because depending on the D-mods, the game will want to automatically add other mods. Like if you've got faulty subsystems, I think it is, that makes your peak performance lower, the game will sometimes want to add hardened subsystems to make up for the difference. So just keep an eye out for that. But generally, there's also an issue when you're swapping dock mods. That would be the mods that you can only change out at the dock. Sometimes if you have 2 on already, it doesn't swap them properly, so you might need to autofit twice to guarantee that it's on. But just make sure, just double check once you do that, but once you get the hang of it, you'll know, generally you'll be fine just stamping that recipe across all the different ships. I already like this fleet. We could take it out as is. This is pretty decent. But the reason why I want to go do a little bit of trading is more to get experience points than it is to get anything else. So let's see what Ashley has. I don't mind getting a... Ooh, she has field modulation. Very nice. Damage control, also nice. And she's steady. She'd be pretty good. I want to go ahead and grab her, because I want someone to fly the Apogee other than me. And damage control and field modulation, especially the field modulation, is the main reason I'm grabbing her. Because because the Apogee has a very good shield, and that will improve the shield significantly by having that extra field modulation bonus. So now it's at 0.6, when normally I believe it's it's normally 0.7. So now it's going to deflect an extra 10% damage. The shield will absorb, so when it takes 1 damage, or when it takes 100 damage, it takes 60 instead of 70. That's what that means. So that's really useful. She'll be great tanking in that, and I can put myself in the Hammerhead, which I prefer to fly anyway. And we'll check real quick to see if I can get better guns for it. Yeah, you know what? No, I think we'll just leave it. See, I really do want to change it up because I don't like this setup. It uses a lot of flux. Might just have to just deal with it. Just manage my flux and myself. Because what I would much rather have would be do a safety overrides build. Let me buy this heavy machine gun, because I'll probably find a heavy assault gun at some point, so I'll buy this heavy machine gun and hold on to it. And now, oops, didn't mean to do that. Double check, make sure there's nothing else I want to pick up. We're actually going to leave real quick, and since there's no one around, turn my transponder back on, go back in, and just to see if I can see the open market, and see if there's anything else here that I would like to buy. Because I could get the rest of these goods, but we don't have a lot of cargo space. Get some more fuel. I don't really need it. I got enough to get me to Ragnar. There's no fantastic ships. I mean that. So I should say no fantastic. The monitor is really nice. It's a really good distracting ship, but I don't have the money for it anyway. Could come back, but we're not going to bother with that right now. Yeah, it looks like we're just going to go ahead and I'll buy the rest of the fuel. Yeah, I'll buy the rest of the fuel. It's always good to keep your fuel up, just because you never know when, like, if you forget, it's really easy to end up stranded out in space, forgetting your fuel. Alright, so we're going to transverse jump, and our supplies are actually going to get pretty low after this maneuver. So we're down to 13, but we're using 6 per day. But hold on, that's going to change real quick. Alright, so that's where we're settled. But I just need to get over to the Ragnar complex. Right, Ragnar? Ragnar complex, yes. Because we don't want to go to the mining station or the Lost Astropos, or Lost Astropolis. Lost Astropolis is too far away, and the mining station is soaked in pirates right now. So we'll just head straight to Ragnar complex. Should be an easy trip. Ragnar is just north of Aslan, up here, and the Ragnar complex. Oh wait, no, that's not. This is completely the wrong place. I got distracted. It's over here. And Ragnar complex is, yeah, the military base outside of Ragnar. I always confuse it. Reisveld, off of Yggdrasil, but no, Ragnar complex is here. So we'll go in through the gate, because this will give us a chance to turn our transponder on, which we want to do anyway. And we'll just come over, and unfortunately there's a patrol nearby, so that's going to make dealing with the black market a little sketchy, but he just went in. This one's here. If we kill our transponder now while we're in his sensor range, it'll yell at us. But if we come out away from his sensor range, over to here, we can kill it. And we're only doing this because there's the nebula here. And Ragnar is moving through the nebula. We still have to be very careful because, like, there's a lot of the detachments and pickets here. This is actually a pretty sketchy maneuver that we're pulling. Oh, we're out of supplies, so I'm just going to turn it back on and then move in. We'll just take the hit on the black market because I need to we're out of supplies now. So we'll just sell. Then we'll buy on the black market. They're going to yell at us, but we're not carrying anything illegal. So as long as we're not carrying anything illegal, no big deal. Go ahead and yell at us. We don't care. Trying to want to get this squall for the apogee. It's a good large weapon, but the apogee, like the way it's built right now, I don't have enough custom mods to really change it up so that I could support the large weapon mounts. So the shield is so hefty, it uses so much. But now that we have a little bit of money and some extra cargo, it's going to be time to go back to Chicken Pizza to pick up some stuff. I'm a little bummed out we didn't make more money, but that's fine. They'll yell at us, but we just got some story points, so we'll talk our way out of it. That's fine. And we're still favorable with the hegemony, so we can still get the commission on our way out. That's another thing that's really good, useful to have when you're exploring deep space. but it's not useful when you're exploring regular space, because you could end up being at war with someone and coming across them during your trading, and that can be bad. Alright, where's his sensor range? I'm gonna get out of their sensor range before I go dark, so they don't see me going dark, because they will see you. If they can see you and then you go dark, you turn your transponder off, they'll know that you just disappeared, and they will chase you down. But if you're out of their sensor range, then they don't know that you just disappeared. So now I can go dark, come in here, buy up all these supplies I want to take over to the terrorists. And that's probably all we're going to grab, unless they want machines too. They do want machines, so we'll buy up as many machines as we can to fill the rest of the money out. And we're good on gas, we're good on machines. They don't have an autocannon for me. They do have swarm wrecks, but I don't think I want to buy anything to use them with. So we'll just go with this as is and go visit the Letic Path. You also note that I'm in this asteroid system, the ring system. That's another reason why my sense profile, even while I'm transverse jumping, is so low. Because when you go to transverse jump, if you're in going dark and you transverse jump, you lose the going dark bonus, which doubles your sensor profile from what it is when you're going dark. So if you do that, if you transverse jump while your transponder's off, they will see you, depending on how much it changes your sensor profile, and they will jump you. Usually it just means they yell at you, but if you have elite weapons on you or drugs, that could be a problem if they search you. So we're going to come over here to the Kamai Condom, do a quick search to see where our planet is. That's where we want to go, Chalcedon. Now, if you look here, we have Chalcedon, planet, planet, planet. You see planet, planet, planet. So we want that first one, because that's where Chalcedon is. And we'll drop right in, and we don't need to turn our transponder on, but we are going to go dark. So I want to be a little more stealth. Now you'll see these guys are no longer interested in us, and they may have been when we were a smaller fleet. And now we can sell them all these lovely weapons we picked up, most of the supplies we picked up, and make a killing. Look at all that money. So that's going to be probably plenty of money to do what we want to do. Oh, I can get this high intensity laser as well. But I want to make sure that I want to get another level at the very least and get sensors, because I want the neutrino detector. The neutrino detector is very important for exploration. It lets you, there's a lot you can find. Actually, let's take the unstable injector off of you. That will help with getting the high intensity laser hooked up. There we go. Usually with ships I'm not flying, I just let it auto-assign the weapons and just leave it as is. I want the high-intensity laser, though, because that's going to really improve the punch. I'm thinking of getting the Squall as well, because that'll help it punch shields. And with those things together, it'd be a really good ship. It's going to be a really good ship for supporting the rest of the stuff. I want to take the dedicated targeting core out. It's only really helping these forward-facing weapons, and they already have a good range, because I already have long-range point defense lasers on the side. I have long-range weapons on the front. I don't need more range. I'd rather have the Squall, which will allow it, which also has a good range. So, there's our Apogee. Nice, warmed up, ready to go. Don't need to change anything else really about it, except yeah, it's already got surveying equipment as well, so we don't need to add anything else into there. I don't think they're going to have any ships we want to buy. Yeah, the drone tenders are in terrible condition, so we don't want to bother with these. When it comes to D-mods, you only get such a... the biggest discount comes from it just having one D-mod. So you can see here, this one's got 3 and it's selling for $9,500. This one's got 5, it's selling for $9,250. Well, that's not a huge discount. I can just go get one that's only got one D-mod for $9,750. Or I could go get one that's fresh for $12,000. And while it's a big step up to get the fresh one, it doesn't have any problems, which is nice. But we need to get out of here and go resupply and find some more ships. And the cool thing about coming here... Oh, wait, hold on. Oh. Alright, let's dive back in real quick. I forgot to check, because they often have cheap supplies. Or not supplies, cheap goods. They don't have any right now, because they're being raided. So, but we can get some cheap crew here. We probably won't need much more, but I am going to go ahead and grab an extra 300. The thing to remember about crew is actually, you know what, I'm just going to bulk out. The thing to remember about crew, though, is that they do cost money. And when you're out in exploring deep space, that can add up quickly. But one of the things we're going to do before we leave is we're going to get the commission with the hegemony. As long as you're careful and you don't abuse your relationship with them with black market trading at the start, then you can get a commission with them before you go to explore. And that extra money coming in monthly will help pay for your crew and any officers you might have. I'm not going to pick up a bunch of officers now, but we are going to find officers when we're out in deep space. It's one of the things that you can find, and it's useful to be able to hold on to them. Nice. So we got our story point, we got our level up, and now that I have sensors, I'm just going to go ahead and get ready to go out. Our burn rating isn't terrible. 18 means we're not going to be too slow. It's the dram and the apogee. So that one of our drams is a degraded drive field. So I might end up changing that out. But it's not going to mean anything if I can't get the augmented drive field. So let's go to Kazaron, which is the Perseian League's military. Not military. I mean, it is a military base, but it's also their orbital works. So it's a great place to get supplies and ships. And you'll notice star, planet, planet, star, planet, planet. So we went second one. Turn our transponder on, dive in. And we have some money to spend. We need supplies. Kazaron's really hard to sneak into, so I tend to not sell here. This tends to be a place I only buy. It's really hard to offset your black market selling because it means you need to then buy a bunch of stuff. But if I bought all these supplies here and then I went to the open market and bought all of these supplies, buying these supplies will offset buying these supplies. So essentially it'll be neutral as far as the black market trading is concerned. But we don't care because we're getting ready to leave anyway. So I need 100 machines. 100 machines is the minimum to search a research station or orbital habitat or a mining station. You can get the planet machines, like how many machines you need for planets, down really low, but you need 100 to search those high value targets, and those are the ones we're looking for more than anything. Those are the epic loot chests. They're it's a gamble still. They don't always have good stuff, but those are the ones we really want to search. I don't see any heavy assault guns, which is fine because I also don't see any volatiles. So we're going to make a stop in Syndria on the way out. So maybe I'll find some some of the assault guns there. We'll buy all their duty-free gas. And when I say duty-free, I mean there's no tariff. That's typically what that means in the real world. It's just duty-free. Duty as in D-U-T-Y, not as in the other stuff. So grab the duty-free fuel, because nobody wants duty in their fuel. And we're going to go ahead and buy... Yeah, I'm going to buy all the black market supplies as well. So I still need fuel, but again, we're going to go to... we're going to go to Syndria, so I don't need to buy this fuel that's going to have the tariff on it. I can just go to Syndria, and we're going to buy off their black market as well, and have a great time. Just want to check to see if there's any deal I can make. It's Umbra, because Umbra is going to be on the way to Syndria. That's not really a good deal, because they're both in Asconia. It doesn't look like Umbra really wants anything. Probably supplies, actually. They do want supplies, so I could buy some. Yeah, so let's go ahead and buy the rest of the supplies here. I'm not getting a great price, but I'll still make some money when I sell it to Umbra. And the same is probably going to be true of gas. Yeah, they really want gas, so I'm going to buy all of their gas as well. Now, I did that because I want to make a little bit more money, which is a little bit more experience points, before we head out. Another thing I'm going to do is I think... No, this is a slower ship anyway, so it's not like it's really going to improve our situation. And I didn't see the augmented drive field, and we're only making one more stop, so I'm not going to gamble. But I am going to snag up some of these. Yes. Because I like flying the Omen. I don't recommend a beginner flying the Omen, but I like flying the Omen. Oh, see, this is a deal breaker here. So I wanted this Gremlin because it's cheaper than the other one, but it has a glitched sensor array. And if you'll remember from talking earlier, phase ships, lower your sensor profile. Well, that is based on their sensor strength. So the fact that he has a glitched sensor array means he's not going to apply as big of a reduction. So this guy is basically worthless to me because it's half as good as this guy, who isn't that much more expensive. So I'm going to go ahead and grab this one instead. And I'm going to grab this Afflictor as well. Both of them I'm grabbing so that I can lower my sensor profile. So the Omen is for me to fly, because I can fly that thing really well, and I don't even need any guns on it. And then we've got our phase ships. Now, I don't think there's too many weapons here that I saw that I really want to equip. So we're going to give this guy Swarm Racks, and I just want him to be annoying. So I'm going to give him I mix the defensive options up, because this will punch through shields on fighters, and this one will shred them afterwards. So these two mixed together are really useful, as opposed to just doing all of one or the other. Although 2 Vulcan Cannons is pretty good. We don't need to insulate his engine. He's a phase ship. He's already insulated. But we do want to reinforce the bulkheads, because they die pretty easily. I'm also going to give him the unstable injector. And since they don't need a lot of vents, because I don't have any crazy weapons on them, and they don't really need a lot of capacitors, because they're just going to hide most of the time anyway. They work like the kite. They distract the enemy. So I'm going to go ahead and put high resolution sensors on him. It's not going to buff the thing that phase ships does do. It's not going to buff the sensor profile thing, but it is going to add more sensor strength to my fleet. And then I'm going to give him armored weapon mounts. You'll notice I didn't spend anything on capacitors and vents. It's because he doesn't use them. It's a phase ship. He phases out and phases back in, and when he phases out, it'll be able to recover that stuff anyway. So he doesn't really need capacitors or vents too much with the way I have him loaded out. Now, this guy, I don't think there's a lot of weapons here that I can really use for him. I'm going to go ahead and give him rail vents. Since I have it in my inventory, I'll do the point defense laser. This is not how I want to outfit this the phase ship, but it's what I can do. Bulkheads again, sensor again, armored weapon mounts again, and this one I am going to give the vents to. You know what? Capacitors, because he can when a phase ship phases out, it lowers the. They recover their flux a lot quicker, so it's not going to really be a problem that it's got low vents. It's going to be able to recover those quickly anyway. And for my Omen, I don't believe I have too many of the buffs I like. Safety overrides and reinforced bulkheads. And then I want all the capacitors. I don't have a lot of other options. Hardened subsystems, very important. That way I can actually have some time. It's not going to last long anyway, but this will last even longer. And I'm going to go ahead and add the flux coil to get even more of my capacitor. And then we have one invent. Now, this build allows me for high mobility, but it's going to rely heavily on the subsystem, the EMP emitter, which is fine. That's entirely what I'm using. This is entirely a support ship build, but it gets surprisingly aggressive the more and more skills you have. Specifically, target analysis, when made elite, allows you to disable weapons and engines much quicker, especially on larger ships. And then when you have field modulation, it's defensive. Like, it's already a very defensive ship when you look at the fact that it's 0.6 on its shield to flux damage. So for every 100 damage it takes, it only takes 60 on its shield. And that gets dropped to like 5, and then to like 0.44 if you have hardened shields and field modulation. So these little things are surprisingly durable on the shield, but they're incredibly squishy otherwise. If I get caught with my shield down, it's pretty much a one-shot for most of the larger weapons getting pointed at me. And trust me, a lot of weapons are going to get pointed at me. They hate my Omen. They hate it. Okay, so we got a bunch of stuff to sell. We did pick up some more cargo space, so let's go ahead and grab more fuel. They don't want machines in Umbra, but they did want supplies, right? Yeah, so let's grab some more supplies for Umbra. We can't afford them, so let's just leave. Do they want food? Oh, but they want food here, too. We can make a little bit of money, but I don't really care about dealing in such small numbers, so let's leave. Alright, so we leave. Oh, nobody wanted to yell at us. Alright. I kind of want to get yelled at, though. Hey, guys. So I turned my transponder off specifically so they would come talk to me. I want to talk my way out of it. This will give me bonus XP on my next trade, so when I go to Umbra, I'll get a little bit more XP. And hopefully one more level. One more level would be nice. I don't need it. I'm going to go out without it. We don't really care about our reputation with the Perseian League right now. Alright, so where are the pirates? Umbra's over here, right there, next to the gravity well. You could drop in on the gravity well if you don't have navigation, but these planets are random. They're not really they're not set for this system, so they might not be there on your playthrough. Anyway, so we'll dive in on Umbra, going dark as we do, because we're not sure what's going on here. See, they avoided us because none of them wanted to attack us individually, but if we had stayed between them, there's a good chance they would have tried to engage us together. Although our fleet is still enough that it could have easily taken them, it just might have taken a while, and I'd rather avoid the fight if I don't have to fight. So we're going to come here, we're going to sell off all of our fuel, and almost all of our supplies. In fact, I'm going to sell off more than that. The reason being is that we're going to make some good money off of them, and we're going to go to Syndria anyway. But we are going to buy our volatiles here, because they have discount volatiles. Normally I go out with about 60. This is enough for 60 days worth of sensors, and by the time we run out of that, we'll have found more. More likely than not. Any assault chain guns? I don't see any assault chain guns. I still need an assault chain gun for the hammerhead. So, unfortunately, I don't see any. See if they have any good ships. Very rare that they do, but they are a military base, so sometimes they have some decent ships. But quite often they're in turmoil. You can see they're in turmoil here, just because they have terrible trading routes. So because their ships, yeah, see they're not in faction shortage, so they have an issue with ships in their faction. Which is a problem because their Star Works is just so terrible as well. They can't trade anywhere. Their access is always super low. You can see that because they're hostile with every faction. So they have terrible trade routes because of that. But they do have a ton of ore for sale. And Nortia, see? I was just going to say, Nortia in system often wants metal. And ore at $1, and we're going to sell it for 12 apiece. Do I need to explain why that's a good deal? Yes, we're not dealing in large numbers, so we're only going to be getting a little bit of extra money. But when you can buy up the 10,000 that Nortia wants from Umbra at $1 apiece, because if we had the cargo hold for this, we could buy the 5,000, 1 unit apiece. Another 5,000, 1 unit apiece. That's 10,000 ore for 10,000 that you can immediately turn around and sell to Nortia for 120,000. That's bonkers. That's really good. You could even make that deal on the regular market, and while it's gonna, you'll feel the anger at tariffs when you do it. It will raise your reputation. You know, it's you can feel good about doing the right thing. You actually helped Nortia. If you sell it on the black market, you're not really helping them. It doesn't help their stability in any way. It's just a way to make money. So if you're not trying to be a total space scumbag, you can sell on the open market. Anyway, we're going to go ahead and just buy that up, since we're going to stop by Nortia on the way. Oh, it's actually kind of out of the way. But we'll go ahead and do this. Yeah, see, they don't want to mess with us. We're too scary. Turn our transponder on now because we don't want to get caught by a Syndrian patrol. See, that's all I needed. I just wanted to get that extra level. I'm happy now. We just need to buy supplies and fuel. Another reason why I wanted to come to Nortia is because they have a nice supply of black market goods. Unfortunately, they are also being raided right now because the pirates are dirty scumbags, so their supplies aren't that good. But you'll see the stockpile on their open market is small, but their black market's pretty good. So we're going to get 400 fuel with no tariff. Fantastic place to get a little bit extra on the black market. Whenever you can buy it, it's actually at 13 right now, so we made a little bit more money than I was expecting. Not a ton again, you know. We're talking about scraps compared to the large amounts that we normally would deal in. But at the start of the game, every little bit helps. And I don't see any ships we're gonna really want because actually I spoke and then I saw this guy out the corner of my eye, a shade. Shades are fantastic. Another phase ship to lower our sensor profile. And so we have another salamander we can put on him. No. But we have these annihilator pods. Let's go ahead and put another. I could put the pulse laser on him. On both of these guys. Let's go ahead and put the pulse laser on them. It's a little more offensive of a weapon for them. Actually, this guy doesn't need it because he's got the railguns. But pulse laser for this guy. Unstable injector doesn't need the unstable injector. Hardened subsystems is actually pretty useful for phase ships because they have a low low operating time. So I'm going to put the high resolution sensors on them again because now, like, between the three that we've done, we've got an extra 100 sensor range, and sensor range is very important when you're exploring. It's one of the reasons we take the sensor skill as well, because it's gonna become that much easier to scour a system, not just because of the neutrino detector, but also because of the range our ping will go out to when we do a ping. And I want to start getting towards containment procedures, but I also want to get phase coil tuning to become even more invisible. I think I'm going to go ahead and do that, because one of the things I want to do is make it as hard for myself as possible to, like, I don't have salvaging, I don't have containment procedures, I don't have makeshift equipment, so I'm going to go out handicapped. I would recommend that a new player wait until they get those two skills, especially. If you get makeshift or bulk transport and salvage, you can then get containment procedures at the 3rd level. And then you can get makeshift equipment at the 4th level. And that will really set you up, especially with these two, for going and exploring. It's going to be really hard to run out of supplies and run out of fuel when you have those two skills selected, especially if you're in a smaller fleet. You'll notice the biggest ship in our fleet is still the Apogee. And it's not super big. I mean, the maintenance isn't huge, the fuel cost isn't huge. But if we had a lot of other big ships like these Hammerhead and the Condor take as much fuel as the Apogee. But as far as maintenance goes, together they equal almost, like, they're 10 each, and the Apogee is 18. But that's per month, not per day. And then again, these little guys, they're 6 apiece, thankfully, because they're pirate ones. The pirate shade and the pirate flictor are very cheap, which is very nice. It's good to know how much supplies you're going to be using per day. Keep an eye on that. We're going to be using 3 per day, so we're going to be wanting enough supplies to not have to worry about that. So I'm going to go ahead and grab like around 500 supplies. So we got to go over to Syndria to do that. And which is fine, because I'm hoping to find an assault chain gun. Let's hit full turn and crewer before we do. I want to find a new pilot for my hammerhead as well, if I can. It's not such a big deal. I'll just grab. We'll find someone eventually out in the wild. Alright, we're chewing up supplies because we ate that asteroid. Let's check the black market here. You see the black market supplies are really small here. But we're going to scoop them up just because they're there. No chain guns. No chain guns. Look at the fleet real quick, see if there's any other ships that jump out at me. The Monitor, once again. Nice little ship. These Vigilants are kind of calling me as well. Ah, drone tender. We need more drone tenders, so that works out. Go ahead and grab some more guns. Didn't I see... You know what? Well, we might have to swing back to Nortia, because I saw some more of the dual machine guns there. Over here, again, duty free. Ah, antimatter blaster. Fantastic. I'm going to go ahead and buy up both. Talk about that real quick. Let's double check to see if there's anything else here. That's fantastic. Come on, the ships. We can get another gremlin, which is, actually, how's this little cheap guy? Structural damage, no problem. And then we'll buy these 3 tenders. See, this is why we came here, because there's a lot of good shops as well. So now we're going to get as many tenders as we needed, because we did need more. Actually, I'm going to move this map to here, because I'm going to deploy this more often than this. So now we're up to 9. That's acceptable. And we have 4 phase shifts, which is more than enough for now. I mean, 5 is the number where you, the max number. We'll wait to outfit these guys for when I get to Syndria, because there'll be more weapons there. And let's go ahead and repair. Okay, so we've got. Oh, I forgot to check to see if there was a officer. Officer, what can you do for me? Target analysis, my favorite skill, and they're aggressive. They're going to be great in the hammerhead. So we'll put them in the hammerhead. And I'll do all my outfitting when I get to Syndria. It might take some heat for the black market, but that's fine. It'll be another opportunity to... You'll notice I've been ignoring these sensor pings. This is a derelict wolf is not a bad little ship to get, and it's recoverable. So let's go ahead and grab him. Double check this. What he's got: degraded shields, degraded engines, glitch sensors array. So he's in wonderful condition, but we'll take him. It's a free ship. I was ignoring them because they're so random that I didn't want to like you don't count on finding derelicts, but aside from the derelict field, but you know, everything that we're doing is kind of random. Like you could have done this entire route and found only like 5 drone tenders. So there's a lot of flexibility that you need to have when you're running through this kind of setup. Alright, so we've got some more swarm racks, which is great. I'll put those on the wolf as well. Go ahead. The fuel is still at a good price, even though they have a shortage. So we're going to buy up all the fuel there and all the supplies there. And that's going to be all the supplies that we're going to take with us and all the fuel we're going to take with us. And I'm glad we got our volatiles at Umbra, because if Umbra has a surplus, it's usually because they stole it from Syndria. What else do they have on the open market? Still no assault chain guns, so our hammerhead is just going to stay as a regular hammerhead for now. Let's go ahead and warm them up with some swarmers, light machine guns. Since I can't get another Vulcan cannon, I'll put a mortar on it. It's a nice little combo because it can get in close to use the machine gun to strip the enemy shield, or he can stay just far away and wait for the... Oh, Halo! Palagan Fuxfell, right? Palagan? No. But yeah, so the light mortar will allow... A lot of times gremlins are just going to stay back and not engage the enemy. They'll just sort of like tease in. Oh, and we have the adaptive phase coils now that I got that skill, so I'm going to put those on. And I didn't buy resist flux conduit. I saw it and I didn't buy it. I should have, because it's very useful for phase ships. What else did I put on this guy? Oh, he just has a huge weapon, a bigger gun. No, what did I put on him? I didn't put on the other guy. Oh, the unstable injector. Yeah, because these guys are so slow. Give them an unstable injector, help move a little bit. And for this guy, we'll... Oh, the high resolution sensors, that was the other thing. So we'll take that off. Not a huge loss. Hardened subsystems, adaptive phase coil. I want the adaptive phase coil on them because that helps them move a lot faster in phase space. So we're actually going to take the... and plus we don't really need high resolution sensors anymore now that I got that sensor skill. And I'd much rather have protect them a little bit better with some extra armor and extra phase coil. Like the adaptive phase coils is really nice. Allows them to move faster. I wish I had gotten that resistant flux capacitor because it's not here, is it? No, it's not. But oh well, because that's that resistant flux capacitor helps shrug off EMP damage, which is one of the things phase ships struggle with because they have no shields. We're going to go ahead and drop the flux conduit and a bit of the capacitors because I want to put an antimatter blaster on. It's like the only gun I ever want on my Omen. I lose a lot of my capacitors doing this, but as long as I manage myself properly, I'll be able to strike really hard with it and have a huge impact on the battlefield. We're also going to put the antimatter blaster on our shade here to allow it to strike up as well. Since we only have two. If we had more, I would be putting them on the Afflictor as well, but we don't have extras. The Wolf, I'm going to go ahead and leave the Mining Blaster on him. Why not? Could give it a point defense laser, and then the other two Swarm Racks that I found. We'll go ahead and unstable injector so we can move around a little bit easier. Reinforced bulkhead, insulated engine assembly. That's just so that he doesn't get caught by a salamander. If he does, it can be the game over for a wolf. Their mobility is what keeps them alive. And then we'll just go ahead. I'm actually going to split it 50-50. There we go. Just because I want to give him more shield. Back can I get... alright, put it on him. Nice. Alright, and I don't know what weapon we're going to get when we auto-fit. Let's go ahead and do it. Okay, there's some regular machine guns. No big deal. Honestly, the regular machine gun is probably more economical for this build anyway. And now we have plenty of drone tenders. 9's a good number. Plenty of other ships as well. I did not find the augmented drive field, so no big deal. Kind of a bummer though. We can get to the drone tender. Let's go ahead and buy that. That brings us up to 10. 10 is the best number. We could get this monitor, but I'm not going to. Some people like the monitor. I do not like it as much as some people. I do when I get this Tarsus, though, but I'm not going to. And then I think we just go get a Vigilance. I'm going to go ahead and grab this Vigilance as well. I want to get a couple more ships in the fleet to make it a little more, get a little more sturdy build up. So let's go ahead and grab those two Vigilance. I saw the other one over here is decent shape, right? Right, fuel injector, no problem. Let's grab that one too. And what can we put on them is the important question. Because I don't know that I saw... Pilum's okay. We have that Pilum in this door. We can put a hypervelocity driver. Long-range Vigilance, very nice. So reinforced bulkheads, insulated engine. Again, their mobility is what keeps them alive. So if they get caught by a salamander, it's game over. But if you have insulated engine, that will protect them a little bit more from the salamanders. And go ahead and just leave him as is. Give him capacitors and vents. I'll lean towards the vents because the between the shield and the hypervelocity driver, it does use a bit of flux. So I want more flux so that it can manage its flux a lot easier. Put another hypervelocity driver on this guy. Put the breach racks on him. I saw a salamander out there somewhere. I'm kicking myself for not buying it. A large salamander. Or medium one, that is. But, it's okay. He'll be fine with the breachers. Especially because it suits the hypervelocity driver, punching shields, and then you can swarm with the breachers to crack armor. So it's a pretty good build for Vigilance. I just would rather have the salamanders, because their subsystem, the fast missile racks, will recharge faster than the salamander recharges, so they end up being able to push out like twice as many salamanders as you would expect, because that system just keeps recharging and allowing them to fire again. So having the salamanders on The medium rack on a vigilance is really good. Okay. Boom, boom. So that took us about an hour, and that's with me taking my time explaining anything. The fastest I've done it, I think, was 30 minutes. I've got another Apogee guide, but this wasn't just about the startup. This is also about what comes next, which is the exploration. So have a little coffee, fire up the engines, get hollered at. No big deal. I wanted to spend a story point. I want some bonus XP. Thank you very much. And now we leave. Gas good, supply is good. We want to keep an eye on that number. Based on the fleet we have, I want to keep that number above 500. If it gets below 500, I'm going to start stressing. But as long as it's above 500, we are in okay shape because we don't have a lot of large ships with us. Just the 2 destroyers and the 1 cruiser. Everything else is a frigate. And those aren't very expensive to maintain. And yeah, we're ready to go consider our options. We could always play it safe and explore something nearby. But stuff nearby is very hit and miss. I mean, often it's worth looking at, but that's not really the spirit of what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to just share some exploration tactics. So the first thing we're going to do is turn on fuel range, so we can see the range that our gas will get us. This first ring here, that is the point of no return. If you cross this threshold, you now don't have enough fuel to make the return journey to where you start from. But what we're going to do is we're going to look at these. They're a little on the closer side. As soon as I turn this on, I realize I don't want to go too far out. At least not until I get containment procedures or a bigger gas can. So I'm looking at this cluster of stars especially because Naraka is a gas station. Naraka is a gas station, and Antilla here, Antilla Tile, is a gas station. Specifically Madeira and Nachiketa. Both of those military bases, not only are they military bases which already stock supplies, but those are both also the fuel production places for those 2 empires. And because they're on the auxiliary sides, they're on the outside of the 2 areas, whereas Asconia is in the middle, which is nice when you're doing inter-system stuff. You can drop it in Asconia to pick up gas. Having Naraka, remembering that Naraka and Antilla are gas stations as well, is really useful, especially since we're going to use a little bit of gas just to get there. 200 fuel just to get there. That's a quarter of our fuel that we have. So we're going to go to Naraka and pick up more fuel on the way out. Plus, it'll be our stop to get our commission with the hegemony, so that we can be making a little bit more money per month to help cover costs of crew as well as officers, because I want to be able to pick up officers while I'm out there and not stress it. You can get a lot of interesting officers out in the wild. It's the only way to get level 7 officers is to have them randomly drop. So we'll go ahead and drop in. Before we do any buying or selling, we want to get our commission. We don't have a lot of money. So we talk to the base commander. Yeah, like commission. Accept. So you notice here that we just went to war with 4 different people. I mean, we were already at war with the Pirates in Atlantic Path, but if we had been doing our trading while Tritakian and Perseian League are at war with us, any of their fleets could have jumped us for the fun of it. And even though we have an apogee, some of those bigger trade fleets will see you and attack you anyway, because they'll have bigger cruisers. So that's why we wait until the very end to get the commission. Nice. The augmented drive field's right here, but we don't have any money. But it's good to remember. We'll come back, hopefully, rather quickly to be able to buy that. You'll see gas is so cheap here. So we can probably fill up our gas tank. Go ahead and sell off some of the weapons we have that we're not going to need anymore. And sell off some of the supplies. Because we do have... Yeah, but we do have excess, more than I need. Alright, but gas is something that I'm more concerned about than supplies. Alright, let's jump out. Kinda hoping we can stop through that black market trading. Give some more XP. Alright, first stop. Let's go someplace interesting. Let's go visit the black hole. And I'm making this the first stop for a couple of reasons. I'm going to move slow through here because I don't want to lose any extra supplies. It could be really easy for our fleet to get blasted by some of these storms. And since we have so many ships with us, like, more likely than not, it would be a frigate that got hurt. But if our apogee gets hurt, that's going to cost us more supplies. So it's usually cheaper to just take it slow through those. Alright, so this is a very interesting system. It's a trinary system. It's not named, though. In this nebula here, Abaddon is named. And these two here, Savarge and Arvis. So those are probably going to be our high-value ones that we want to actually search. We really want to search those. But black holes will often have research stations around them, so I want to visit this. Now, it's a big system. You can see these planets are very scattered. So I'm actually going to go over here and visit the yellow star that's part of it. You can tell it's part of it, mostly because of the proximity, but that's not always the case. But here you can see it's called Delta Glance C, and that's because it's part of the Delta Glance. Delta Glance is the giant. Delta Glance B is the black hole. Delta Glance C is the yellow star, and then we have Delta Glance 1, 2, 3, all the different gas giants, or all the different planets. So we're going to go over here, drop in an Omicron, and that brings us close to the star. The reason why I want to get close to the star is because when you're exploring, especially when you're scouring and want to get everything, so we can see, okay, real quick, as soon as you enter a system, you get this planet data. All it does is tell you what kind of planet it is and then where it is. Check this real quick when it pops up. Right now we can see we have a gas giant, cryovolcanic, and it's gone. They were all pretty. You can always open your tab up, system map, click on the star, you get it back. So now we can see all the planets, and at least visually, but we don't have any information on them except that this actually does give us a lot of information. Volcanic planets tend to have a lot of ore. Irradiated worlds tend to be very hazardous. Cryovolcanic also tends to have more ranged. Sometimes they'll have bad resources, sometimes they'll have good resources, but they'll often be a source of ore and volatiles, making a lot of these planets actually pretty good survey targets. But I'm not interested in them necessarily. They're still, I would say, low to mid-tier survey targets, with this one being low tier for sure. The volcanic worlds being iffy. If they're closer to the 300 hazard, that's more low tier, but if they're closer to the 200 hazard, that's more mid-tier. It really depends also on what you find, because if you find ultra-rich ore, then it's going to be a good survey regardless of the hazard. And this one I would say would probably be more mid-tier, just because they're usually not too hazardous, which the hazard rating affects how much supplies you use to survey it, as well as affects the kind of survey, the value of the survey data you get in return. Then we have this gas giant. They are low-tier trash. The reason being is because they're very large, and their size also impacts how much it takes to survey them. They will only have volatiles on them, which means only one resource. So even if it's in abundance, you're usually not going to counter the fact that they are very trash big planets to search anyway. The only time I search gas giants when I'm doing fast exploration is when I see that there's ruins on them. And we'll get into that shortly. But right now we just want to talk about the fact that whenever you see a star, any star, even if it's off by itself, there's a chance when you activate a ping that there could be something around that star. I've gone into a system where there were no planets, just a star, and came out with a battle cruiser, because a battle cruiser had got caught in the gravity well and was just standing there derelict. Always worth checking around the stars. Then I'm going to turn on my neutrino detector to see if there's anything nearby. You'll see there's nothing pinging out here, and then we have the star there. That's the big reading. This reading right here, this spike, is pointing either towards this planet or the star. It's probably a big spike because they're both lined up. And then these are pointing towards other planets. But what I did this for is because I know that there's stuff out this way. I know that this is here. But what about out here? What about out in this open space? So right now I know, because of the neutrino detector, there's probably out this direction, nothing. And out this direction, nothing. Usually isn't anyway, but now I know pretty certainly that there's nothing out there. The neutrino detector takes some skill to get used to. You see now, that's the planet further away, so this is pointing at the star. That's pointing at other planets. This is probably pointing towards a planet down here. Yeah, it's pointing towards this one. This little ping, though, interests me, because it's not pointing towards these, it's pointing towards these, which means there may be something in this asteroid field worth looking at. So we're already going to go look at that anyway. Asteroid fields are high priority to check out, because there could be mining stations in them. The other reason why the neutrino detector is really useful is we now know that on this side of the ring, for sure, pretty much, because it would have shown up, there's not going to be a mining station here. Whereas if we didn't have the neutrino detector, you'd have to fly around the entire ring to guarantee there's not a mining station. So the neutrino detector can be very, very useful for detecting, for figuring stuff out like that. And yeah, it does look like that. It's hard to tell, that little ping. It is a little thicker, a little more pronounced than just the regular static and background noise. So I'm excited to go see what's over in that asteroid field. Now for this guy, you can see there's nothing floating around it, just a planet by itself, which means it's not really a high value. We'll click Perform Survey. This gives us the preliminary data. The preliminary data tells us how many resources it's going to need, and you'll see because of all the drone tenders we have, it's not going to take a lot. It's only going to take 5 supplies, and that's all that's consumed. A little bit of crew, which is the main reason why we want so many ships, because we want to have enough crew to be able to do our surveys. And it's only going to take 5 machines. And it doesn't use the machines, we just need the machines. Now, at 250 hazard rating, that's not terrible for a volcanic world. And because it's only going to take 5 to survey, we're going to make our money back. And since we have more than 500 supplies, I mean, more than 400 is really the line where I'm really concerned. So I'm going to go ahead and perform the survey. And you can skip through that, and look, even without getting ultra-rich ore, because the hazard rating isn't too hard, you can see here, for the, why the survey experience, like where we get survey experience, it kind of, like the experience you get, I think is related to the survey data. I forget exactly how it works. But the fact is that because it's got decent ore and it's not very hazardous, we got class 3 survey data, which I believe is worth 5,000. So we just increased the money that we spent on the supplies tenfold. So I do want to go check this guy out. Let's go ahead and check out these real quick, and we'll get close to the star when we go to check out the warp gate. So let's head straight down to that one. I want to save volatiles, so I'm not going to run the neutrino detector right now. We already kind of got a picture of this side. We know there's nothing in the mining belt. I'm actually going to skip the basic ones because they're not really high value, even though we did get good money. Like if you're trying to be survey commando, survey every planet, absolutely, that's how you make money, is you just make sure you have the planet survey discounted. But I'm looking for high value. So those aren't actually high value. Even though you can increase your money tenfold, we're going to find much better stuff. Alright, so we didn't find anything in this. We'll turn the neutrino detector back on. It looks like that reading was just an error, maybe. An error in my judgment, perhaps. Like, because you can see that sometimes these stick out a little bit. Or it may have been that I was just looking at this guy or something, and it was as it was swung out a little bit. So the neutrino detector takes some getting used to. But we're going to get over here. We got to be careful we don't get too close to this black hole. But you can see a little ping showed up on my map. There is a research station around it. I mean, I'm assuming it's a research station. I wanted to swing out a little bit more towards us. It's a probe. Okay, because it's a probe, normally I wouldn't bother with it at all. We don't really have the good skills, though. I'm going to ignore it for now, but I do want to show at some point, once we find something more high value, what you do to dive in on a black hole to get something like that. because it's actually not as risky as it might seem. Ah, this is the story mission. I'm just going to go ahead and leave it and ignore it. Actually, no, I'm going to go ahead and grab it because it's just going to keep popping up. Whatever. It says the same thing every time. So here we have low hazard rating. Doesn't take a lot of supplies. It's not very big. So, kind of worth it on the survey data. And here you go. So look, we got good resources there. Class 4 survey data. I think that's like 10,000. Plus we got some okay experience. It doesn't look like, because this isn't a named system, the odds of finding ruins here are very slim. Not impossible. I mean, you still can potentially find some vast ruins and systems that are unnamed. But it's not likely. That's one of the reasons why this is not really a high priority system. Since you're already here, and it doesn't take any fuel to fly around, whenever I go to any system for any reason, I usually explore it pretty deeply. You know, fly around enough to go get an eye on every planet to see if there's ruins there. Check out my neutrino detector. Doesn't seem to be anything else. That's pointing towards the sun. Or the sun. It's pointing towards that star. Doesn't appear to be anything here, so we'll head out. And because fuel is usually what I'm concerned with. Supply is something I'm concerned with too. We spent quite a bit of supplies hanging out here. And we didn't salvage anything either. So that was a... honestly, if you think about the survey data that we got, we may have broke even. But if I had surveyed more of those planets that I had gone by, we probably would have made a little bit more money. But you got to think about that you're spending supplies while you're flying. So usually that's one of the reasons why I usually have the sustained burn on endlessly, because I'm trying to move as fast as possible, because time is money. And time is money is also why we're not going to go probably visit Alpha Glance for too long. Right now we're going to go to Abaddon. That name really gets me excited, because the named system means that it's named for a reason. Let's just put it that way. Now it could just be that it's because our neighbors are cool, but you'll see here we've got a tundra world. High value. Tundra worlds are high value. And you can see the debris floating around it to indicate that there's ruins here. I would say these are probably widespread or scattered. They're definitely not the higher end ruins. So we're going to perform our survey. Oh, it's only 100% hazard rating because it's cold, but it's offset by being habitable. This is going to be very good survey data. And we got common organics, moderate ore, poor farmland, scattered ruins, still level 4 survey data. And the fact that, and for player colonization, this is actually not a bad planet at all, because not having rare ore means you can use soil nanites to improve the farmland. But honestly, this is still not a great planet. I don't count on colony items anymore, because I've done games where I've gone through an entire map and not found any soil nanites. So for me, it's more, I do the exploration, I find the items, then I decide what to colonize based on the items I've found. And if I colonize before that, it's usually just one planet, and I'm just looking to make a planet where I store my stuff. So it's usually a planet that I just set up just for storage, or if I set it up with an industry, it'll probably be heavy industry, so I can build custom items. It's a great way to be able to have a weapons stockpile. But anyway, we have scattered ruins, and I thought that this looked a little light. Boom, and okay, so here, this is kind of what I'm talking about, where we don't really care about most of the stuff. Of course, we care about the fuel and the supplies, but we don't care about the metal at all. Don't pick up metal. Don't. You're not getting even 30 out of it. The best, if you find a shortage on metal, you can maybe get 50 or 60, but most of the core worlds are mining colonies and metal refineries. There's plenty of metal to meet demands. It's very rare to make 30 per metal unit. Usually you're lucky to get 20. Most of the time you can only get 12. It's really not worth it. The organics are worth more because there's often shortages of organics that you can make. But even that, don't pick it up. Food? Absolutely not. 20 per, And you're lucky if you get, well, I mean, food you can usually find a shortage and make double that, triple that even, but it's just not worth it. Because look at the volatiles. Even if you sell the volatiles for half, you're making more money than you would have made on the metal, the organics, or the food. Plus, you can use the volatiles with your neutrino scanner. So the volatiles we take, mostly because of the neutrino scanner. The Kopesh bombers, they only take 1 cargo space, and they cost 7,000. Do I need to explain more? And then the blueprints, I always learn them right away. Oh, go ahead and take them. What you do is you learn the blueprints right at the start, and then you take the rest of the stuff. I'll show you next time, but always learn the ones I don't know right away. But once you find new ones, again, they only take 1 cargo space, and they're worth a lot. Look at all that trash we don't have to carry with us now. We don't have a lot of cargo space. We didn't come out here with any freighters. So even though we have like a 1,500, and you might be thinking, no, grab everything, grab everything. Heck, no, don't grab everything. It's not worth the trouble. You want the extra cargo space for high value targets. And you might be thinking, well, you can grab it and then you can toss it out when you find better stuff. Sure, yeah, you can. But you also just don't have to mess with it in the first place. Plus, if you got a cargo bay full of metal, you might be encouraged to make the trip back. So it's going to take 5 light years to get back. That's going to cost, I think, like 30 supplies, based on how we're using our supplies right now. That's going to cost us 3,000 just to return. If we don't sell, considering we're only going to be able to sell the metal maybe at 10 to 20 units a piece, let's say we get to 20 units, that means we're going to have to sell like 200 metal just to make up the supplies and the fuel. This is also going to cost us 1,650 fuel. So we're going to have to sell more like 300 metal to make that back. And that's if we get the good deal for metal, which we're probably not going to. It's probably going to be 10 apiece, which means now we got to sell more like 500 metal just to make back the supplies and the gas for returning home, let alone the supplies and the gas for coming out this way. So that could be like, it could be like around 1,000 to 2,000 metal you have to sell just to break even. Don't get the metal. That's not what you're looking for. The organics, you can usually find a good deal on organics, but that means that once you come back, you have to do a trade hustle. You have to go find a place to sell the organics to and make sure you get the best money. That's not what we're trying to do here. We're trying to explore for high value stuff. I mean, like, I understand there's some people that have the mentality of just grab everything, sell everything. That's not how you play this game. You can play it like that, but that's why you're running out of supplies and fuel. That's the reason why you're struggling to have money, because you're not going after the high value stuff. So anyway, before we leave the system, we wanted to ping around the star to make sure there's nothing in the corona. And then we're going to pop on our neutrino detector real quick. Now you see we have a couple of extra signals out here. One of them is pointing towards the warp gate. The other one's pointing out that way. I kind of want to go see if that one is anything. So what we'll do is we'll travel north. And you see how those move, but this one doesn't? That's because this one's a ghost. It's not pointing towards anything. If anything, it's pointing towards this star or something silly like that. But those sensors down here did move. And that's because we have a domain probe, and probably another probe, right? Ooh, a Prometheus class tanker. That's a big tanker. But it's going to cost us a story point, which in my opinion, not worth it. Not worth it for a tanker, but we do get fuel. I've heard people say that sometimes they like to spend resources to put cargo spots in orbit. It would only cost us 5, and we could keep this in orbit for another 400 days. But the reality is, we don't ever want to come back here. You could save a little bit of money doing that, but the amount of money that we're looking to make, based on the stuff that we're going to get, oh, these boys. These boys are really easy. I could take them myself. I'm going to bring both my officers in because I want the leave the Apogee behind. But I'm just bringing in the officer because I want them to get experience points. But generally, you don't want to over-deploy, and if anything, this is kind of over-deployed, since I probably could take them myself. I know I could take them myself, because look at this. Let me just fry this guy real quick. Fry his guns, fry his stuff, fry his shields, crack him with the antimatter blaster, he's gone. I outmaneuver them because I'm so fast. Let the hammerhead come in, take that guy out. I'll come over here, fry this guy out. He's a sit duck, knock him towards the hammerhead, who will then shred him. And not finish because he takes forever. Okay, there we go. I should say. Boom. Easy fight. No big deal. Didn't spend too many supplies because we didn't get hurt. And we got a little bit back for the fight. Light machine gun costs 2 cargo space. Has a base value of 100. I was screaming about the metal. I'm sure you'll understand why I don't want the machine gun either. But if you're looking to hoard weapons, you can pick up all the weapons you find, but you're better off not. Again, it just takes up too much cargo space. It's not worth a lot. Now we salvage the probe, get a little bit more. We're grabbing the machines because we want to get to like 150 machines, because you can lose machines while you survey. So really, if you leave the core worlds, you kind of want to leave with more than 100, but 100 is the minimum that you want to leave with, because that's what you need in order to search a mining station, a research station, or a habitable or a normal habitat. I think for large ruins, you also need a large amount of machines as well. But we're, again, still leaving the metal. And now we can salvage. Oh, our fuel capacity is too much. Leave the fuel behind. And sometimes when you get into fights like that, there will be an extra salvage after. Because the first salvage was for the probe. And if there was a large fight, the second salvage is for the fight. So don't forget that second salvage you sometimes get when you defeat someone guarding something. So we're coming out of there with 400 supplies. We broke even there. We also, while we were there, we found some good survey data. Oh yeah, look at that. Class 4 is 10,000. So we made 10,000. Plus we got some gas. We're full on gas now. Very nice. And we got the Kopesh. So we came out of there probably with 20,000 worth of value. And we broke even as far as supplies goes. And we're full on fuel again. Alright, so we're going to come over visit this place. When it comes to figuring out where to go in on a system, I like to dive in on the furthest planet. The one that's the most awkward. So you can see these are all grouped together over here. So if I dive in on this one, I can then fly over to here, and then fly in over here and visit these guys. But if you don't have navigation, I often like to drop in on gas giants, because there's a lot of planets. Like you can see here, there's another planet near this one, because it's at 1,200 units. That's right in this orbit. And over here, this one doesn't, so this one's by itself. But it's near other stuff too. Whereas if you dive in on warp gates, like, this one's going to be way out in the middle of nowhere. So I would rather dive in on the gas giant. But because I have navigation, I'm going to dive in on this planet, and it's much easier to dive in here and see it, and see that it's a turd. Again, we check real quick. Barren, rocky, nothing exciting. What we want to see is, like, water world, tundra world. Deserts can be sometimes nice. Water world, tundra world, jungle world, Terran world, Terran eccentric, those kind of things. That's what we really want to see. There's probably nothing in this asteroid belt out there, but over here, yeah, 2 domain probes. Domain probes are nice. When you realize you're in domain space, you're going to have an easy time, because the domain probes are nice little ways to resupply both fuel and supplies. Don't need to survey him. Nothing on it. Nothing on the gas giant. We'll grab the probe. Plus, engaging the automated defense is a great way to level your officers. Since there's a lot here, I'm just going to go ahead and bring both. And by a lot, I mean a lot of supplies. And I want both my officers to get experience. Oh, that's the Squall. I was wondering what the heck that missile launcher was. Getting used to the sounds of weapons can be pretty useful. Because, like, I was worried, okay, who's launching all those missiles? I didn't see a ship with missiles. So I'm going to push this guy towards the Apogee. Apogee turned away, so I'll just finish him myself. And that should be it. Yep. Yeah, for the Abbott, she's not really good at maneuvering, so if I don't push it in front, it's not going to be able to hit him. So we'll grab some fuel, grab that. This gun is only worth 200 per unit. That's not so bad. That's actually not terrible, but it's not the threshold I'm looking for. The threshold I'm looking for, the base that I go by, is heavy weapons. Heavy weapons are worth 500 a unit, 400 to 500 a unit. That's the number I'm looking for. So you divide how much the value is by the cargo space that it takes up. If that doesn't reach 400, it doesn't meet my threshold. At least my personal threshold. Your threshold might be different, but that's my threshold. Volatiles I'll grab because I use them for the neutrino detector. Heavy machines are always nice to have extra, but after a certain amount, once I get up to like 150 to 200, I stop picking those up as well. Supplies and fuel you always need. But it's these things that we're coming for. I'll keep the salamander even though it's not valuable because it's an uncommon weapon. And they're hard to find in the core worlds, and I like them a lot, so I'll keep salamanders. And the more familiar you get with the game, the more you'll identify those expensive weapons. They're not expensive weapons, but rare weapons. It's not even that expensive. It's just rare. Well, I should say uncommon. It's not rare, but it is uncommon. Get some more machines, because we're losing them as we go. Let's go check out this other probe. Got some domain survey ship. Those are worth checking every time because they have colony items. So we're gonna look at that survey data real quick. That data. We'll go in here. Right now it's new, so it's in the new section. But if you miss it, it's in the exploration section. Unfortunately, it's all the way over here, and I don't want to go that far out yet because I don't have a lot of fuel and I don't have containment procedures yet. But once I get containment procedures, this is probably the first place I'm going to go. Because I know there's a survey ship there, which has a chance for a very high value item. Survey ships, I think, will always have like a beta core or an alpha core with them. No, survey ship's the smaller one. I'm thinking of the mothership. The mothership will always have a alpha core with it. But the survey ships have a good chance to get an AI core. They also have a good chance for colony items. Don't see anything around that star. Pop a ping to check around the stars. My sensors are so good that I don't even need to get, like, as long as I look at the radar when I fire that ping, you can see it goes out to 4,000. Oh, wrong button. It goes out to 4,000, which is, I forget where the scale is on this. I want to say each of these is 500. So for me being here, I scanned basically this entire inside ring system here with that ping. It doesn't check everything though, because some things with really small sensor profiles will still elude you. Like if there's something in the mining belt or in the nebula, you might still miss it. But that's what the neutrino detector is for. There's nothing over there. The neutrino detector is not picking up anything too exciting. It's pointing to that gas giant. Pointing to nearby planets, but it's not pointing to anything we didn't know about. So we're going to fly over here to this planet, get eyeballs on it, and yeah, we're not seeing anything around it. So this is a dud system. I don't need to search the planets to know. There's no ruins here. There might be some interesting planets here, but they're not any of the high value ones that I'm interested in, so I'm ignoring them. And now we'll come over here to Alpha Glance. There's two reasons why I want to come here. First, because I'm already in this system, saves gas. Let's check it out real quick. But also because it's got more than one planet, and it's a yellow star. Yellow stars have some of the best chance of having habitable worlds, and habitable worlds are always worth checking out. So we're going to dive in on this planet here. Sometimes the background stars can look like debris. And volcanic, barren, desert. Desert worlds are habitable. They're just the worst kind of habitable worlds. You see that ping on the right is not really moving, so it's probably just a sensor ghost. It might look like it's moving because of the way my ship's oriented and how it's moving, but it's not really moving. Alright, so I'm going to get in on this. Domain survey ship, probably the same one, but we'll check. Take the gas. And if you push, after you grab the stuff you want, you can just push escape, and it will keep the stuff that you took. So you don't need to push the confirm and continue button to confirm. You can just grab the stuff you want and then push escape. Alright, so let's go check out this desert. Let's do a ping real quick. Yeah, nothing else in this area. I'd say this is probably going to be a turd, but let's survey it anyway. Yeah, this is a pretty big turd. I mean, we got good survey data because it's got farmland, and it's habitable, and it's got abundant ore, so it's okay survey data, but it's not really an interesting planet for me. To me, this is a turd. No, this is not a planet I would at all consider colonizing. It just doesn't have enough valuable resources. Like, rare ore is not actually that rare, nor is it that valuable. Alright, let's get out of here. Ended up spending a little bit more supplies. But, that survey ship data, though, was for nearby. Let's go to Weaver. Let's check out this survey ship. Actually, hold on. Let's go ahead and see what that was. Because ships drifting in space can often have officers inside of them. This one has nothing. No big deal. A little bit of extra supplies and fuel. Wasn't really worth going out of the way for, but at least it paid for itself a little bit. And if it had been an officer in there, that would have been nice. Getting free level 5 officers you don't have to train up can sometimes be really useful in the early game. Less useful in the late game. Like, you usually don't want to replace an officer you already have. That's good, because they'll have random... Oh. We don't want to get involved with him. Alright. Weaver is a big system. Is that me? Yeah, that's me. You can see how it moves, how I move, so that sensor ghost is just me. Weaver has a distress call. We ignore those. The risk is too great that that's an ambush. Now, we're going to go into the system. If we see someone who's in distress, different story. We'll talk to them. But there is a very good chance that that could just be a pirate ambush. So we're going to dive in on the planet. There's a tundra world here, the Imp, but all these other ones are kind of not too exciting. There's a survey ship, probably the same one that's in system. But there's a lot of domain probes here, which is nice because we'll get to resupply a little bit. And we're not taking the organics. I'm not interested. I'm only interested in keeping my supplies and my fuel up right now. Alright, so I'm going to go in like this and come out that way. And real quick, let me check that survey. Yeah, they're all just pointing me to the same direction. So we can delete these. Double G to just go ahead and boom, boom, boom. Oh, I shouldn't have deleted all of them, though, because they were telling me where the survey ship was. It's okay. I'll be able to find it because I have the neutrino detector. But sometimes, if you don't have the neutrino detector, that can be really important information to know where the survey ship is. But we'll be okay. So we're going to take our time flying. We could have done what I refer to as a dolphin dive. It's a nickname for an old maneuver from Battlefield, but I like it sounds nice, dolphin dive. And a dolphin dive is where you transverse jump. So like, because we were way out here, if you transverse jump right into hyperspace, we could fly down here to this gas giant much quicker than we did traveling over the overland. You end up saving not enough on supplies to make it a neutral move, especially since you're also expending fuel, but especially with a larger fleet where you'll cost more supplies to transverse jump. But the thing is that it's much quicker on you. Like, it saves, it cuts the travel time down significantly sometimes, depending on how big the system is. Right, I'm pretty sure that sensor down there is nothing. Notice both of them aren't really moving as I'm moving. Neither of these have ruins on them. I bet surveyed this ship is over here in this Could be anywhere, actually. I shouldn't bet anything. Close to the star. Oh, that could be a probe there. Let's go see what that's about. See where it's located, though. Oh, it's a little deep. Yeah, that probe's not worth it. It's a little too deep. Ooh. Something over by the stable point here. Oh, well, that's it. Alright, cool. Survey ship. These are usually, I would say, medium difficulty, if they have automated defenses. Oh, and it's a really easy one anyway. Look at that. That's nothing. So we're going to go in, we'll bring the apogee as well as the hammer. This will probably be enough to take care of them. So we'll just go in like that. And I say probably enough because we're bringing our cruiser and our destroyer in, and this is a group that I probably could solo in the Omen. So I'm not stressed. I don't want to over-deploy to waste supplies, but if you were really worried, you could bring more ships in. It's not such a big deal. This is going to be a pretty good bounty that we're going to find. This is the only guy I really have to worry about. And I'll stay around the apogee to fry that guy. It keeps him in the apogee's laser. Fry these smaller guys because I want the apogee to pay attention to the bigger guy. High intensity laser helping out. See how the big guy really wants me. He really wants me. They hate me. You can see why. I'm just taking out 3 of their ships already, with assistance, of course. All right, Void getting popped. Fry him. We'll come over here and kick him. Oh, he's already in the range, so that's fine. Take care of that guy. Go over here and help out our hammerhead. Fly without the shield down for a little bit because to recover my flux, but now we want to fry you up good. Push him towards the apogee. And look at that. Fried up. I didn't have to do anything. The apogee takes care of him for me. Hold on. 250? No. 100 or 50? No. 200? No. Although this is a rarer item, but I still don't care. Yeah, so we're not interested in any of those weapons. Got a skill point. Nice. Ooh, mothership location. I think we are... We'll go look at it, but motherships are, I would say, a medium to high risk. So it's not something... Oh, we didn't get anything good here. But we got survey data for the mother... We got data on the mothership's location, which is way out in the butthole of the universe again. Alright, so that's fine. We'll be able to come back to it when we have a better built fleet. Because there could be quite a few cruiser-sized ships that we'll need to take on. And they're not super dangerous. I mean, they are kind of scary because they have a lot of guns, big guns pointing forward. But they also don't have shields. So, it's kind of a toss-up. But that's outside of our jurisdiction for now. I don't want to head that way yet. Right now I'm looking to just get a little bit more high-value stuff. Plus, I'm kind of hoping to stumble across... Oh, we got a skill point, right. So let's go ahead and grab... Don't really need bulk transport, but I like it a lot. It's one of my favorite skills. Getting that extra transport space. It's very useful. So you'll see here we'll get an extra 47% cargo. We'll get an extra 1,000 cargo, basically. We'll actually get a... we're going to get 1,000 extra fuel capacity. Or not 1,000. We're going to get an extra 800 fuel capacity. And we're going to get an extra personnel space, which isn't as useful. And all of our non-militarized civilian ships will get a +2 burn rating. That is useful. Especially when you, like, when I was looking at the Prometheus, having a burn rating of 8, I didn't want it. Now it would have a burn rating of 10, and I would barely notice it. Not the Prometheus, the Phaeton. The medium-sized, the cruiser-sized fuel tank. Salvage only gives us extra regular salvage, so it would give us extra fuel and supplies, But I'm not too terribly concerned with that, nor am I at all interested in the other stuff that we'll get from it. And field repairs will help us re-engage the enemy. So this is actually what I'm probably going to end up doing is getting bulk transport and field repairs, because this is useful all game long. Ordnance expertise and polarized armor aren't really useful for the ship that I'm flying right now. I mean, I'm flying an Omen which has a really good shield, so I don't need polarized armor. Plus my armor isn't that strong in the first place. Even with all the armor buffs, I'm still going to get one shot by attacking on Lance. So really I'm not interested in that either. I'm tempted to get target analysis because that would improve my combat abilities significantly. Being able to deal extra damage to weapons and engines is doubling the damage I deal with the taser against other frigates, and it's actually stacking that percentage bonus. So against capital ships, I'm going to go from dealing normal damage to dealing 240% extra damage with my EMP emitter. So that's going to allow me to actually taser the engines on capital ships and become a threat to even capital ships. I can't really damage them too much, but with the antimatter blaster, I can shred their armor on weak points, and I can use my taser to shut down their weapon systems. So I become a problem, a significant problem. I want to work towards containment procedures, though. And this is one of the ones that really helps make it easier to fly around. So I'm going to get bulk transport. Not because of the cargo so much as much as I want the extra fuel capacity for safety. I want that extra burn rating, and having the extra cargo is nice when I'm trading in system as well. The probe, go ahead and grab that up. Grab those volatiles. We don't need to survey that, there's nothing exciting there. Let's go ahead and do a dolphin dive. It's a bit far away, so phase out, come out here, fly over here, dive in. Boom, we're here real quick. And that's where the Tundra World is. Nice. And it looks like it has ruins on it too. See? That's probably scattered ruins. No, actually this might be... Yeah, this is widespread ruins. Okay. So I say there's quite a few satellites out there. Boom. Okay, Gamma Core, always valuable. More fighters. These ones are worth 10,000, only cost one cargo. Fantastic to grab fighters. Fuel, food, metal, obviously trash, not worth it. And since I dolphin dive to get in here, do I really want to spend more money? Let me check real quick to see if that gate has anything around it. You know what? There are some pings out here. And they are moving. So there is something by the gate. There's a couple things by the gate, actually. Yeah, look at that. There, that might be the stress beacon that we heard earlier. Nope, that's the domain probe. Was another signal? Yes, there it is. Way out there. That's why the neutrino detector is for. You really don't want to have to go and scour for those things. And especially when it's just a probe. Oh, we'll engage those. A few AI cores in this group, so I'll bring the Apogee as well. Otherwise, I would have just brought the Hammerhead. But even then, I still want to get experience points on my officers. Alright, I should spend a story point on them, so they can start getting double experience points. Oh, why are you guys focused on that? That's my job. Your Squall would never hit that thing. You just spent 2 sabots on a guy with no shield. Ugh, whatever. It's a small fight, so... Here, take this guy. We'll wait for his engines to come back online, and then as soon as they do... Oh, I missed my shot. I was pivoting weird. I was going to antimatter blast him right in the engines, which would hopefully have shut down his engines again. But it's fine. You got him. Just keep him from moving too much. So the Squall is aiming terribly. Why is that having such trouble hitting him? He's right there. Whatever. Easy fight. Boom, boom. Light assault gun's kind of valuable, but not, I mean, not valuable money-wise, kind of rare is what I was getting at. A little bit rare. Not hard to find, but it can be hard to find sometimes. Boom, boom. Boom. And no second breakfast. Alright. I'm going to go ahead and spend the story point on the officers. We're starting to have extra anyway. Mentor. I want her to stay steady. We'll keep her steady and in the apogee. And I'll keep her aggressive too. I'm mentoring them so they can get double XP. Plus, I get XP back from that. And I'm going to go ahead and make field modulation elite. I know it's going to be a skill that I want. It's not going to give me any bonus experience points. So, I guess I'll save that. Never mind, I'll save the points. I want the bonus experience points more than I want the elite skill. And I don't think these other sensors, readings that we were picking out down here, are actually anything. They don't appear to really be moving. Just the ones where they're pointing at the cargo pods. Oops, did not mean to click that button. Alright, this is a dwarf, so we'll head this way. One of the things I didn't know about the neutrino detector is it actually tells you where, you'll see how that, it tells you where the slipstreams are, which can actually be kind of useful once you get used to slipstream flying. The thing to remember about slipstreams, though, is that people like to hang out at the end of them and catch people slipping through them. Nothing exciting here. No pings whatsoever. Nothing. Get out. Not worth our time. We're down here now. Delta, Alpha. You know what? We've got a pretty big range. If I go into here and I find enough fuel, I could maybe get over to that mothership. So let's head over to Earl. And we'll get eyes on these other ones. So, like, even though I'm not stopping here, there still could be, like, a cruiser hanging out around the star. So they are worth stopping in on, but I'm looking for high priority stuff. So I'm skipping a lot of these. Alright, this one's named, hopefully for a reason. Not really. Doesn't look like it. Nothing on the scanner. That planet doesn't look too exciting. Oh. Something over here. Oh, it's way out there. It's probably just a probe. No, it's a derelict ship, a mud skipper. Nothing worth it, though. Alright, let's, is that really it? No, there's something else out here, too. A derelict ship, a manticore. Manticore are kind of cool. Oh, it's free as well. Faulty power grid, increased maintenance, unreliable subsystems. No, thank you. The problem here is that its sensor profile is because of its faulty power grid, it's got a higher sensor profile. Which it wouldn't be too terrible big of a problem, but it's also got increased maintenance. It's going to cost me more maintenance. It's not in great shape. That's what it really comes down to. And so I'm not necessarily all that interested. We're going to go ahead and scrap it, get the money, and we'll take that needler for sure. You can see there, that needler is an expensive weapon. High value and rare. So we'll grab that needler. Anything else on here? I don't see any of these pings really moving. I think we just found those things by chance. Alright, let's get out of here. We're at 500, so we're doing alright for supplies. Fuel's getting a little low, but then again, that's because we just got bulk transport. Epsilon, Alpha, Beta, Delta, Gamma, Alpha, Epsilon, Gamma, Delta, Beta. These are all crappy places to search. So I'm only going to drop in on ones that have a lot of planets. And that looks like none of them, so I'm going to head over towards this black hole. Because I want to work my way towards that corner. We may very well have enough gas to get to that corner. We got knocked down here, so I'm going to go check this out real quick. Just wanted to ping to make sure there was no one hanging out in this gap here. Ooh, look at that. See? Sometimes it is worth it just to drop in on random systems. We don't need that. Let's just go ahead, please. And you, stick with me. Just spend all 3 of their harpoons on the ship that has huge point defense. None of them hit. I hate AI. Oh, I missed my shot. Caught that. Oof, 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 oof. Alright, we're doing okay. Wish you had your harpoon still, buddy. This guy's got so many weapon mounts that it's so hard to reliably put out anything on him. Ow! Alright. Would you stop wearing everything? Jeez! Alright, come here and screen for him. Take the pressure off him. My shield is a little bit better than his. Hers. Well, not the target analysis. I don't have the greatest time with punching through heavier targets. You need to drop your shield. That guy's gonna shred your shield. Come on. Alright, I need to take care of this guy. What skills does he even have? Helmsman, combat endurance, impact mitigation. Now that they have AI, means they have, you know, the officer skills, and that's part of the reason why this is a harder fight than I was anticipating. But we still made it. Why aren't you shooting? Shoot! Derby ass AI. I don't know why that wasn't shooting at first. Sometimes the AI behaves very strangely when you get into bad situations like that. I refer to it as the hidden morale value. Swim racks are hard to find, so I'm grabbing that one. Yeah, got some experience points out of it though. The harder you make the fight for yourself, the more experience points you get. Well, I mean, if the game can see that it's harder, you know, don't just fly with one arm behind your back, but if you bring less ships in, you can get more experience. Cool, look at this, it's a nice pretty planet. Got some good survey data out of it. Scattered ruins. Don't really want to go too detailed into every single planet I find, but the fact that there's 3 different resources you'll get from mining, and the farmland isn't terrible, like this is a nice planet, especially because like it's got the organics as well as the volatiles. Volatiles are harder to get. I wish this was regular ore instead of rare ore because of the soil nanites once again, but you might not get soil nanites, so this is not a bad planet. The volatiles are really useful because it means you don't have to settle a planet just for volatiles, which can sometimes be a thing when you're trying to make a complete system where you have all the resources available. So you end up colonizing a planet you wouldn't really want to colonize just so you can get some volatiles. Volatiles are used for fuel production, and if you don't have fuel production, then you are absolutely reliant on the core worlds more. Alright, so I don't have enough fuel to get all the way to there, and then all the way back. I have enough fuel to get to there and back to here. So I'm going to keep searching through this area because I want to make sure that this larger circle, the closer that gets to Naraka, the more and more worried I'm worried about. The more and more I'm worried about it. But hopefully we can find some more stuff hanging out. A kite here. Nothing. Oh, lobsters though. I grabbed the lobsters not because they're valuable, but because they're meme worthy. The lobster meme is real. Alright, it's just a gas giant. Doesn't appear to have anything around it. Well, let's go see what's going on inside. Doesn't appear to be much. Yeah, I doubt there's going to be anything surrounding this. Nope. None whatsoever. This was a dud. Alright, let's go check out the, let's go check out the Bright Boy. There's a lot of planets in this system. Okay. So this is the point where, if you're not playing Iron Mode, save. I'm going to save now just because I haven't yet, you know, don't want to lose my data. But, yeah, so... Neutron stars. Alright, so if you're not familiar with neutron stars and you just drop in on one randomly, get ready to be punished with the infinite Kamehameha. The way to do this is we're going to drop in on one of these gas giants. If there's a gas giant around a neutron star, fantastic. Now you don't even need a transverse jump. Otherwise, we would jump in on one of the gravity wells of the stars, or other planets. The last thing you want to use is a gate, because the gates are further out, especially this fringe gate, and the beam is wider the further out it is. Whereas, so if there were no planets here, I would still want to visit this system to see if there's a research center. Even if there's no planets, I want to visit it just to see if there's a research center. I'll jump in on the star, because I'll have an easier chance of getting out of the pulsar blast closer to the star where the beam is narrower than I will further out when the beam is wider. But all of this is basically a coin flip. Half the system is getting bathed in radiation right now, and the other half is not. But when you go in on a planet, you at least have the chance to hide behind the planet after getting blasted in the butthole. Alright, so we lost quite a few supplies right there. But that's the risk we take when we come to visit neutron stars, which are very high risk, but often high reward systems to visit. Look at that. Starvation. Awesome. And then we just made back the supplies we lost. And then some. Don't need any more machines. Got a story point out of it, because those are rare finds. We'll get our field repairs, because I just got Kamehameha blasted, so good excuse to get field repairs. Yeah, there's stuff near that gate, there's stuff near this gate, a couple of probes, there's a lot of... It's not always a ton of stuff near neutron stars, but they have good chances of being near them. Think of them as like rare dangerous dungeons that have like a high chance of good stuff dropping. It's not a guarantee of good stuff dropping, you might just get common crap loot. But you've got a much better chance of finding good stuff. And once you get comfortable with diving in on them, especially if you get solar shielding will really mitigate the amount of supplies you end up using exploring them. The other thing to remember is that the size of your fleet changes that. Having a bigger fleet means that you have more ships that would take damage from the infinite Kamehameha. And you really don't want to, dive in there when you have a bunch of battleships with you that it will take tons of supplies to repair. Where are you, idiots? I'm trying to push this guy towards you, and I don't even know where you're at. He's spinning. Let's push him towards towards the apogee. There you go. And pop. And pop. Alright, we're done. Oh, nice. Level up for the officer. Oh, that other beam is swinging around, though. We want to get away from here. Looks like there's something. What was that thing? A probe. Oops. I accidentally hit the window key. Alright, let's see if I can get to this warp point before that other beam swings back around, just so I can... I think it's just a probe. It's probably just a probe. But, I'm gonna check. It is a probe. Okay, I'll fight. I'll fight some. You know, we're not gonna have to worry about the neutron star swinging around while we're fighting anyway. So we'll just get into this fight. Ooh, a rock. Sling this rock at the enemy. Come on! Oh, yeah! No damage, but it's fun, isn't it? Let's do the same thing with this ship. It's the little things, it really is. No, thank you. Can you guys come over here? Where are you chasing this one guy for? Why are you focused your squall? See, this is the thing that bothers me. These ships are not supposed to take on frigates. They're not. They can't catch them. Why is the AI prioritizing them? This ship should be engaging the larger ships. This guy could chase around frigates. Should still be engaging the larger ships. It's my job to catch the frigates. But whatever. I'll just one-man this huge squad here. Missed my shot. Alright. I do have enough armor to wear these machine guns down. You know, popped one. Alright, you're gonna run away. I won't fight you then. I'll fight this guy. Keep the rock between me and the big guy so that he can't hit me so easily. Finish that guy off. Oh, now you wanna come join us? No, these are mine. Go away. I want to get more armor shredded away from those weapon mounts as well as from the engines, because that's where my taser's going to hit. So then the taser will hit his hull instead of hitting his armor. But now, I'm going to just use it for the finishing blow. Done. Did you have fun? I get really sassy with the AI because it turns out there are actually some legitimate problems with the AI that are going to be addressed in the latest patch, but I still am very frustrated with some of their behavior. Okay, I gotta remember, I'm in a neutron star system. It's really easy when you get into combat to forget what you're doing. That blast wave is coming this way. I was gonna see about jumping out, but yeah, alright. There's a lot of stuff over here. Something to remember, it's actually not that bad to cross over a neutron star. You don't take any extra damage. It's only the pulsar that does damage. although we did lose a little bit of combat readiness. Nowhere near as much. But that was from the emergency burn, not the neutron star. You guys are doing it again, aren't you? You know what? Here. No. You follow me. I'm the captain. Of course, they're still not focusing on the right targets. They should. I shouldn't have to tell them that their larger weapon mounts are for larger targets. I missed the one, but I hit the other behind him. That's fine. Once again, I have to play hero. Fight him. Thank you. Nice shot. Okay, dude. Take care of that. Bounce off the shield. Take all the hull damage. Faster than him, though. Just need to not get exposed too badly. Alright, flame out. I push him towards our. Nope, ow. Missed my opportunity. Just keep him spinning. Oh, there's still one more there because you guys aren't doing your job? Sounds good. Should have given them swarm racks. This is why I don't like the Squall, is that a lot of times larger ships will be engaging smaller ships and the Squall is worthless. Well, I'm not going to forget what we're at now. That beam is coming at me. Hypervelocity driver, worth way more than, or not way more, but it's worth more than 500. We take it. Worth more than 500 per cargo. Important number. Alright. So, nothing to survey here, nothing to survey there. I want to burn over towards those. Was that the one we dropped in on? We might be done here. Oof. This one. Yeah, I think this is what we dropped in on. Alright, so we just want to get out of here before we get blasted. Anyway, so as you can see, as long as you get into the system safely, it's not too difficult to navigate around a neutron star system. And you can find some, like, we didn't find that much great stuff there. It was, that was kind of a letdown, to be honest. But we did get some more fuel. So we have enough fuel now that we can go visit those two, the survey ship and the mothership that we got the information for. 10 crew, don't care about crew, don't care about goods, don't care about food. Let's just go to that high value intel we found. Alright, let's go to this one first, and then we'll go to this one, and then we'll probably head back after that. Then again, once we're in the corner, we probably want to survey the corner as much as possible. When you go that far out, you absolutely want to get the most out of it. Okay, so if we go around, we can probably get around this easier. You know what? Let's just go ahead and peek our head in. Doesn't look like anything. So just head back out. doesn't look like we can get around that, so let's just go check this out. And then I'll show you all how to get through hyperspace tube. There's quite a few signals here. There's no way this is like, these are fake signals, right? Well, maybe they are. Yep, they were. Alright. Ah, see? Look. Dropped. That's what I was doing, is I was just kind of buying time until we come down here. Alright, we're jumping on this. It's the furthest one out, so we'll go here first. It's hard to see sometimes when they have a magnetic field what's going on. Doesn't look like anything. Barren world, gas giant, barren bombarded world. The survey ship could be anywhere, though. In fact, let's look at the information. It'll tell us. It was last seen located some distance away from the center, so it could be anywhere out in the butthole of this universe. Like, it's... We're just gonna have to, like, fly around a bit, and I think that's the signal for it there. There's no planets out this way. Yeah, see how it's out in the middle of nowhere? Okay. A lot of times when it says, like, out from some distance, there's a good chance that that's, that was the mothership. I was expecting the survey ship. Okay. Yeah, the squall. We might need our drones to come in. I think, let's see what the defenses look like. 3 big blocky boys. Oh. I think we can take this. If we bring our drones in, I think we can take this. It's not as bad as it looks. This might be the end of us. Alright, so we're going to lag a little bit because my computer, my toaster does not like the... Alright, so I'm going to tell them to avoid this. And we're going to focus entirely on dealing with the surrounding ships first. And I gotta be careful, because my ship is really going to matter in this fight. The fact that they don't have shields... I missed my shot. I don't have too many of those. I gotta be careful. Send him spinning. Oof, the lag. So I brought the drone ships in, so the shepherds, the drone tenders. So my lag is going to spike a bit for this fight. The opportunity I can to get my shield. I see him coming at me. He wants my blood. That's fine. I'd rather have them distracted by me than focusing on my other ships, because I can maneuver and hide behind their ships and be safe. Okay, let me get him, guy. There's sight of the other guy. Okay, everyone's coming in on this guy, so I want to go support them. Mitigate as much as I can. Oh, Apogee put the entropy on him. Be careful flying upside down like this. I'm not really good at it. The drone tenders don't do a lot of good damage, but you can see how he's spinning around. He's looking at me, but he's also trying to deal with the drones all over him. And thanks to that afflictor mitigating... Oh! Or adding the entropy amplifier on to keep an eye on that big ship, too. Yeah, he's looking at me. He wants my blood. They hate me. swore that Reaper right in the mouth, and the other one thankfully spun off, because that would have been possibly the end of me. But we got away. But yeah, that Reaper caught us on the dome. Those weren't going to be easily missed. I was really hoping that the other guys would come in, but I'll finish this guy myself, no big deal. Just be careful. So avoid that mining blast coming from the big guy. Fighters are coming in, very handy. These little guys being around, not my fighters, but the little derelict guys, are actually screening him from taking more damage. Because my taser, oh! No, bad! I need a new ship. Give me the shade. Where's the shade? There it is. Give me the shade. Yeah, I put myself in front of his guns. That thing should have been dead already, though. It's because it's near their big ship. They're acting extra nervous. I told them to avoid the big ship. Oh, you still have antimatter blaster shots? What are you doing? Oops. Not what I meant to do. Hate how it does that. Just spent a command point for nothing, I think. You still haven't killed this guy! Alright, now another big guy is going to come in. But I'm going to have everyone come in and attack the big ship. They don't actually have super good defenses on them. So we'll be able to just, like, really bully it. In fact, I'm going to start pouring my rockets into it. While I also set up the taser. I'm being a little bit of a wimp. I'm trying to keep an eye on this mining blaster that it's got here. Don't want to catch that with the face. Okay, that's disabled. So I can come in and pour some rockets in. That's about all I got. Just be careful. Unlike that guy, he was not careful. Oh, see, he was coming in for me. He wanted my blood. We might just need to pull back. What have we lost so far? We haven't lost anything. We've done some decent... I'm worried about the combat readiness. Why did everyone stop? I told you all to attack, specifically him. Why would I have a flame out? Wasn't I phased out? Oh! I had autopilot on, because I gave an order that included me. And it turns autopilot on. Alright, let's try and distract these guys. I'm thrilled about that gun pointing at me. It may just be me and the Apogee left at the end of this, so I need to be careful with, He ended up hurting his own ship more than mine. Thanks, guy. really wish I had target analysis now, though. Alright, there goes the mothership. Put everyone else on full assault still. Fighters coming in, let's soak out. Tase up his engines and blast his point defense. Let those fighters really put some work in. I'm going to hide behind them, behind the ship, so that the big guy can't get to me. And bring that mining blaster over here. Finish him off. Yeah, we got this. Okay, no big deal now. I was worried because we started, our combat readiness is going down. So I was really concerned that we were going to run out before the fight was over, and we just lost that gremlin doing a kamikaze charge for whatever reason. But our shepherds are still in good enough shape, and they're going to just peel these guys open like grapes once we crack their armor for them. So we're going to wear them down a little bit, tase them up, and yeah, once the armor starts getting down, the Girones will start getting to be able to just really just soak in some extra damage on them. Look at that. Look at that. Takes forever, but it works. Ooh, that hammer barrage right in my face. See, they really hate me. That hammer's getting brave. Get in there, take him out. I want to help with this guy. I can't really see him. There he is. Apaches are so strong. Just going toe to toe with two large mounts pointing at his face. Just doesn't care. We got roughed up, but that was a good fight. And we're going to get plenty of supplies to make up for it. We got everyone back. And we got lots of goodies. We got that flux conduits that I wanted. Got lots of cores, some good weapons that are valuable. Not those ones, so promoters. Plus rare weapons. Lots of experience points. We got ourselves a level. Don't want those machines, there's too many. No cool colony items, unfortunately, but we did get, I mean, aside from the Alpha Core is probably the best item in the game for its versatility, but it's still kind of a bummer because you can farm Alpha Cores, you can find them. They're not hard to find, there's some, I mean, especially towards the end game. The colony items, however, that's what we really wanted to find, but it's okay. We got good experience. We got another level, so now we can get our containment procedures, and now I'm really not worried about fuel anymore. We are fine. We don't ever have to return to the core worlds. So let's just get comfortable. We're in it for the long haul now. We are not in good shape, so we're gonna skip this for now. Actually, our ships with officers are doing just fine, so let's go ahead and get in this fight. So I'm going to go ahead and make an attack group. This is going to be group 1, so I can bring them in a lot easier. You stop pointing your guns at cheap little crappy guys. Just a couple of swarmers was all it took to shred my armor. Are you still looking at that guy? Oh, it's my fault for leaving him. Now turn your ass around. Your big, slow ass. Turn. Go save the hammerhead real quick. He just went out airplanes. Superhero. Nothing I could do for him. In fact, I got myself killed trying. God damn it. Alright, I can't believe we're gonna lose because of that. I'm just bringing out everyone. Heck it. I don't care what kind of readiness you're in. I can't believe that Hammerhead went and got himself pinned down like that. That's what aggressive officers for you. I mean, the Apogee is going to be... No, it can't sustain itself with all these weapons, so we need to bring the extra ships in. Just too many weapons coming at it. Feel the slowdown from the drone tendies. Hey guys. Yeah, they're like, no, taser. Bzzz. Too many missiles, too many missiles, too many missiles. Should not have vented right there. My rear armor is doing fine, so with the rear armor at his machine guns. Tase him up, move along. Hey guy, I got this one. Ooh, those were swarmers. I thought they were annihilators. Nice dodge. Brave little toaster. Big laser get in there. What we got left out here? Just this little guy. Finished him yet? Oh, it's a kite, that's why. You've got breacher racks. You still have your breachers and you haven't used them? You're on. Guy, fire your breachers. Fire your breachers. What are you doing? Fire your breachers. You'd finish him. I hate you. Thankfully, we have plenty of supplies right now. Salamanders and Swarmrex. Alright. I already did my level, I need to do their levels. That's what I forgot. Field modulation's always good. You already have target analysis. Let's get you combat endurance. Also, always good. Having more combat readiness is one of the better buffs in the game. If you can get 100 combat readiness, you have plus 10 damage, or plus 10% damage. You take 10% less damage, and you move 10% faster. So it's a huge all-around buff. Even with just the 15% that you get out of here, you get half of that buff. Plus the increased peak performance time allows you to, like, if you have an officer in a safety overridden ship, you really want that. You're in my apogee. You will always be in the apogee, though. These are not good skills. I guess at some point I could shift you over to a Harbinger. I guess we'll just keep stacking defensive buffs. So we'll start with polarized armor. Ah, nice, you got another level 2. I usually always get systems expertise, but I don't know what ship I want to put them in. And honestly, I'm probably going to get rid of them after a while. We'll get missile specialization, as that'll help with the missile capacity as well as the hit points, and when I get them a better missile launcher, because I'm regretting the Squall. That the AI is terrible at using it. It'd be great if we were fighting larger targets, but I'm specifically not fighting larger targets because I don't want to die. Like the mothership, it would have been more useful to have like the Merv for the explosive damage, or the swarmers, because it would actually hit something with the swarmers. That's where we started, wasn't it? Alright, let's get out of here. Alright, let's go to the corner, which is actually up this way. Don't want any part of that. Get away from me. Saw I was pumping the engine on and off. I'll give a little bit more control. I forget what the survey ship is. Asteroid field. That'll be easy to find. Nice. What is that? I thought I saw something else. I swear I saw something else. Oh, was it? Maybe it was a gate. Yeah, there's a gate in the system. Okay, that's what it was. Habitable world. Nothing. Nothing floating around that. Nothing floating around that. Just the cargo pods I whipped out into space. Asteroid field is probably that one or this one, so let's start with that one. But I want to... Okay, the gate is nearby a warp gate, or a warp point, so we'll just go explore that after we're done with everything else. In fact, this asteroid field's over by a warp gate as well. Or waypoint, warp gate, right? Warp point, jump point. And that's where our survey ship is. Four blocky boys. I think we can do it. I'm kind of done with all these hard fights. Ugh. Alright, let's go in. What we'll do is I'll bring in all these ships. Hold on, turn off two. That's two. These guys will be our reserve deployment. And I'm even going to bring in the gas cans because they have swarm racks on them. So I'll bring in the combat ships, and if it looks like we're getting beat up a little too much, I'll bring in the other guys to... Alright, so we gotta get in here and really... Just gotta make sure we keep enough ships distracted. Oof. Just that. I wanna... Yeah, that should be the end of him. Okay. Flame out. He's already in the high intensity laser. Alright. Apache's shield does a great job of absorbing Reapers, so no problem there. Let's get here and help screen for this guy. Keep the pressure off of him while he pulls back. But we need to watch out for these little guys. Because that's what it's our... We're just going to take care of us as these lightly maneuverable craft that have machine guns, because they shred my shields a lot easier. Alright, Hammerhead's biting off more than they can chew, so let's get in here. Crap, I was just thinking I needed to get around and scream to them. Freaking idiot. They're only aggressive, too. Stop flying away from me. Stop flying away from me. Stop flying. You're dead. I tried to protect them. Psych. Ooh. The wolf just wore that on the face. Oh, I didn't even realize that was a ship. That was done. Nice. Get in there. Let's fry this guy up. Double trouble in here. No, thank you. Where's the other ones? Oh, they're coming in now. Yeah, you guys got that guy. Part down, just two more left. Be done for. Up here. Wayfarer's doing a great job of kiting, but we need him to come back together now. Let's bring everyone in on the apogee. Bring the apogee in on me. Let's go. Hit by that. Combat readiness is starting to get down. My engines are degrading. My gun just malfunctioned. I think I got that shot off because I don't got it anymore, I don't think. Sorry, guy. Let's try to distract this other. You got the Wayfarer. Oh, that's not good. Real slow now. I don't think we need to bring in the drones, but we have them if we need them. Is the gun operational? Yeah, it's operational. Nice on a Merv. He probably wasted all of it trying to kill that Wayfarer. Wayfarer did a great job kiting that ship. Oh, I got the kill. Nice. Engines are practically gone. And we get everyone back because we have reinforced bulkheads. Alright. Hellbore's not really worth it. It's less than 500. Not interested. Reaper's good. Merv's good. Got too much fuel. They don't find anything too else too exciting. But we've got tons of supplies. And that's where we're going to end up making a lot of money when we come back, is how much supplies we've ended up finding. Not a ton of it. Like, we're still making most of our money off of the rare goods, but we'll be able to sell those supplies potentially for 300. It'd be nice if we could. All the other stuff that I'm excited about too. All the alpha cores, or the gamma cores we found. We could turn those in for money if we really wanted to. Ooh, what is that? Hold on. Yeah, there's stuff over here. Just a probe. A 3-hour tour. I'm just grabbing up survey data now. I think I'm gonna head back. Probably still peek in on the neighboring systems, but I don't want to stay this far out for too long. I'm starting to feel it. I just want to get back and get a couple of upgrade my ships so I'm a little more combat ready. As you saw how we were struggling in those fights, and like those are the kind of fights that we want to be able to take on, are the fights against the derelict. Like, we found a cryo sleeper right now, we would not be able to handle. Not that it's really, like, you get an AI core out of it, but it's not really worth it otherwise. But we want to be able to take the motherships and the survey ships no matter how many of those big blocky boys are there. It is a bummer that we haven't found any ships while we were out, but we haven't been doing a deep search. In fact, in general, based on the places we've gone to, we've actually had pretty poor luck. I say as I'm staring at, almost 24 AI cores and at least 100,000 worth of survey data. Just under 100,000. But really, I was expecting to find a lot more. We're hitting all the right targets. Just we're not doing as deep of a survey as I normally do. So I'm going to keep going. These heckin' probes. capacity. Alright. I can't tell if that's the debris or if there's ruins here, so I'll just scan it. It was the debris. So look if there's anything in that asteroid field. Search around the star or the black hole real quick. It's not really worth my time. Get a little closer to the asteroid field. If there's derelicts floating around in it, they might not show up so easily with the neutrino detector. Yeah, see, look now, I'm getting a little ping. Oh, that's around the gate. So. Probably a probe. I both love and hate the domain probes. Like I said, they're a source of supplies and fuel, so they're not, you know, that bad. But it's just frustrating because it's like it could have been anything else. And you do get AI cores sometimes from them too, so they're not. They're. I really need to stop hating on them too much. But when you think, oh, I found something interesting, and it's just a probe, and it doesn't give you an AI core. Dude, there's an arid world out there. Oh, it's right here. Hey. Sorry. It's pretty. I'm done hating on crappy planets. You know what? Whatever. It's doing its best. Why do I gotta be so negative all the time? That's out here. Just leave. Alright. Since I'm in this corner, let's keep searching this whole nebula here before we head back. So we'll go like that and then head back. Hopefully we'll find something that makes all this whole trip really worth it. Because as it is, we've wasted a lot of time finding not too much. And that's just how it is sometimes. Sometimes you can find some really cool stuff inside. See, we found survey data this time. Sometimes you can even find battleships inside of derelict fields, or debris fields. So it's like a scratch off. It's like a lottery ticket. It's like maybe, no, but maybe, no, but maybe. And you find an astral, and you're like, oh, I'm searching every debris field ever. And you do it for a little while. And then you don't find anything else at all for a year. Maybe another year, and another year. And then you lose hope. Then you found a pristine aurora, and you're like, oh, I'm searching every debris field. Probably a probe. Oh, survey ship. Very nice. Alright, another fight? No, and no fight. Yes, because there's nothing here. What do we got? Something interesting. Could be a probe. It's a probe. Who would have guessed? Oh, there's two planets there. Alright, this one. Oh. Where's another probe? Ooh, automated defenses. Ooh, quite a bit of automated defenses. Alright, let's bring in Condor, the Shade, and the Afflictor. Should be all the backup we need. But I'm going to tell all you guys to follow that guy, tell that guy to follow me, and then I'm going to go be hero. Enjoy. That's all you. He's not even moving and you can't hit him. Alright. That's all. These guys have a lot of machine guns on them, so I don't want them to overwhelm the Apogee, who is completely ignoring them. Don't know where my defense, the ships that I told to fly around it are. Oh, they're all down here. You know what? We need more people. These guys are acting like idiots. Just bring the rest of the offense. If they actually stuck together, I'd be like... Ooh, I got flamed out. What hit me? Nice. Yeah, the Condor's down now. Great job, guys. Just do whatever. Please just stop this. Stop being turds. There was a bit more ships than I was expecting. Ow! Nice jump, nerd! Right into the middle of the enemy. What is going on here? Pick one! Pick one! Your gun doesn't turn, you do! Pick one! Bad shot. Why'd you wait until you were on top of him? Your guns have much longer range than that. Ugh. We shouldn't have needed all this extra support, but dumb guys like this, like, why are you fighting him so hard when you are literally getting shredded and destroyed? Like, he is perfectly set up to counter you, and you're just standing in front of his guns. Freaking idiot. Not to mention that ship, that freaking gremlin, has freaking swarm missiles. It didn't need to be on top of it. Come back. Don't worry, I forgive you. Just a bunch of idiots. You don't know any better. Get out of here, this place sucks. I get sick of probes so freaking quickly. I almost want to just fly to the other corner. No, we're leaving. I'm done. just want to fly to the other corner just so I can get out of this probe space. In fact, yeah, the world is my oyster. I have containment procedures. We're out of here. I'm sick of these freaking probes. Let's go explore. Notice I have lots of supplies now, lots of fuel now. I don't give any. I have no cares in the world when it comes to what I'm going to be wasting supplies or not. We're just flying. Wait till I find something interesting. Let's go see what that is. It's all by itself. Sabra. See what's going on here. I want to find more interesting stuff, and unfortunately, all the areas with domain probes, like the domain probes, show up more than other interesting things. It's not exclusively true, but it's like I go chasing a probe instead of. Now, the other thing too is like when you're in domain space like that. That's what I refer to it as where there's the domain probes, domain space. You can generally recover enough supplies to justify a much longer trip. It's a much safer area to be. Once you find the probes, it's like, oh good, little ration packs that I can pop open whenever I see them. And yeah, it's alright. But I get sick of them so freaking quickly, because so often they don't give you anything. Like, we hit, like, what, 3-4 survey ships and a mothership, and we got nothing. I mean, we got an AI core, but it's basically nothing. Nice. Now, as soon as we got into a better area with actual ruins and stuff, here we are. So it's not that I would say don't explore domain space. We just had very poor luck with what we were finding, where we were going. Just want to hit every single one that's only 5 or 10. Oh, this looks like a nice one. Oh, good job, Star. Oof. Alright, we'll drop it on this one out here. It'll be hard to get to otherwise. Yep, lucky me. And that's where we quickly maneuver behind the planet so we don't get toasted fully. Head towards the star. Data scan. Wait until it passes by. I want to survey that frozen world. Frozen worlds aren't interesting. Isn't that cryovolcanic? They're frozen. It's a little bit different. Pretty. They have interesting resources sometimes. Alright, let's go warp over to that gas giant, see what's going on over there. Nothing. Big old nothing system. Give me out. Gates. Here. Oh, I was wrong. Yeah. Nothing. That's worth it, though. Nice little derelict field. No, debris field. That was a derelict field. Alright, let's go. Oh, don't want any part of that. If you're ever out and your comms come online, that means you're near a pirate or Luddic path base 9 times out of 10. Let's go ahead and say 99% of the time. There is the rare circumstance that, like, the beacon... Oh, low beacon is no beacon. Let's go visit this. That the comms belongs to, like, Independence because the pirate base is already gone and they just took it over. But don't rely on that. Ooh. Derelict field. This is what we've been looking for this whole time. See? What did I say? This is what we've been looking for this whole time. Paragon. It's in good shape. It's only got degraded engines. It's got S-mods, it's got hardened shields and accelerated shields. This is a fantastic find. It's worth hundreds of thousands of credits. You can't really sell that for that. I mean, you can probably get like a couple 100,000 credits at it, but it's absolutely worth the story point to recover. And now I can finally be happy that we found something worthwhile. Oh, I don't want it though. Too big, too dumb. I don't like it. They're not my favorite at all. There's another apogee here. That one takes a story point though as well, and I would not want to spend a story point on an apogee. There's a heron as well. Takes a story point. No, thank you. I'm not interested in spending story points. But this guy. Oh, these are my favorite. This one I would spend the story point on. But I'm not going to because I don't want to. But yeah, that's like 3 cruisers and a battleship. The battleship's worth the story point for sure. I don't know about the cruisers. That's personal preference, which ones you like. The Aurora is pretty rare. Oh, what is this? That's just him. He's gonna leave us alone. We're too big for him to worry about. We can get this vigilance if we wanted. Why not? Does it have any weapons on it? It does not have any weapons on it. That's why we don't want it. Alright, anyway, so let's just go ahead and leave those there. Just remember where they're at. Because I don't want to grab the Paragon now. I want to keep exploring. Just remember where it's at. You know, write it down or and that's why you always search ruins. So yeah. Something that I wanted to touch on, but I was too busy dicking off in the corner, is some of the best places to go to find things are actually places with beacons. I mean, it's not in bad shape. Like a free, like you could grab this and immediately just retire to a life of trading. But they're not that expensive. Even though it's free, it's going to slow me. Actually, it won't slow me down. I have bulk transport now. It will increase my sensor profile, though, and that would be a problem considering where I plan on going next. Which is, we're going to be diving in on a medium, and we're going to dive in on a high warning as well. Anyway. Like I said, the important thing to remember is a low beacon is basically no beacon. It's not scary. Dive in, explore, no problem. missiles. Plus, we've been making money just by being out here because of our commission. Don't know if you've been watching the counter tick up in the corner, but we're already at 600,000. Okay, no, right. So find the next beacon. It's a yellow, so let's pop in real quick. Baron irradiated, Baron. There's remnant here. No. Just checking out the stars and planets near me. Not gonna waste my time in there. Just gonna keep going. Check up here. Didn't hear that. Low beacon though. Low beacon. There's no beacon. Let's time it. Ooh, is that? No, it's not. Okay. It's just a white dwarf. Wait, no, is it? White dwarf. White dwarf, okay. Ooh. Oh. So, where's that? Nice Terran centric. Oh, is a habitable world nearby? You don't say. Bountiful farmland and plentiful organics is fantastic. Ooh. Shape's not that bad. Got a couple guns on it. Erratic fuel injectors kind of crap, but I do have containment procedures, so I'm not worried about that. I may end up picking up a ship and want to put it on. So let's bring it up here. Get a good look at it. This thing aren't so systems. No, it doesn't. Weapon mounts. Okay. Just a real quick. No. Freaking idiot. What the heck are you putting that with that for? Oh. Just let the AI fly it however they want. Putting the ion pulsar with the mining blaster would be silly. I don't know why it would do that. I almost want to take the high-intensity laser off of this thing and put it on the Sunder. And move the officer into the Sunder, too. But, oh, didn't we get a new officer? So this is something that's going to get fixed in the next patch. It's already in the patch notes. And I say by fixed, I mean it's going to be more rare. But you're less likely to get clones. I don't put up with clones. Get out of my life. Heck, it's Cylon. Hammerhead. Ooh, should be better in the Hammerhead. So we'll put you in the Sunder. We'll put you in the Hammerhead. Target analysis, field modulation, ballistic mastery, systems expertise, helmsmanship. She is built and ready for that Hammerhead. The Hammerhead just isn't built and ready for her. I need to get a assault chain gun for it. A gas can, we don't even need that. Honestly, I'll get rid of the drams if I find anything else. Organs are really not worth the time or trouble. Like maybe you can make 600 bucks off of that. 640 is like what? A couple, like 20,000, 24,000. In my opinion, it's not worth the trouble or the time. Just keeping an eye on my gas can, but in general, we're in pretty good shape as far as another officer. As far as gas goes. What can you do for me? Energy weapons and missiles. Probably better in here than she is. I don't really have anything that's energy weapons and missiles right now. I guess I could put them in the wolf. Yeah, let's put you in the, not the broke one, but put you in this one. Here, go on, go nuts. Alright, come on, give me a beacon. Is that my beacon? Low beacon is no beacon. Let's just dive in here. Mobile habitat. Don't really care about the drugs. We always secure the lobsters. Not for the money, but for the memes. Oh. Yes. Hey, here's our... That's why we came here. It's in good shape, too. Lots of crew. That's why we got our commission, because now we have so much crew. It's another reason why I don't use the Apogee myself. I mean, you saw how great it performs in combat. It's freaking annoying. If you outfitted it with a different missile rack, it'd probably do better. But even then, it's like, ugh. The thing is, though, is it has a really nice thick shield. So it can be a really good defensive ship to distract the enemy with. But I prefer not having such a big ship with its big fat sensor profile in my fleet. I'd rather have something more agile and cheaper on the maintenance. Low beacon is no beacon. Say it with me, folks. Let's start over here. Big system, but any system with a beacon is a system worth visiting. Looking for a higher beacon, though, to be honest. Tundra World. Okay. Let's turn on this nav buoy a little faster. Really helps when you're moving around a bigger system, especially if you picked up a ship and now you're moving slow. And since we had the Apogee without augmented drive, we were already moving slow. Let's loop around this way so we can get those two systems, and then we'll head out towards that planet that's far out there. Oop, you want that? Type in here. Nice. Free recipes. Oops, don't need that. Oh, whatever, we got it now. even in an empty system like this, and by empty I mean like there's no mining fields really, you still want to check because sometimes orbital habitats will be just like drifting out there in the middle of nowhere. Doesn't appear to be ruins. Are there ruins here? Yeah, there are. Okay. The magnetic field is hiding the corrupt nanoforge. Corrupt nanoforges are kind of crap. I mean, it's not so bad. It definitely improves your orbital works. But you can't do anything too exciting with them. Hey, guy. Bye, guy. So let's go ahead and head down to those systems down there. I don't want to go too far out. It's not really warning beacons too far out. So we want to head around this area. That's some more high priority stuff. Okay, something over there. Is that a beacon? Medium beacons. Mediums are mild. Alright. Gotta be careful with medium beacons. Some spicy boys rolling around these parts. But there's also more ruins. No. Give me the wolf. It's got a plasma blaster on it. Nice. Soil nanites. That's what I was talking about earlier. Helps with your farming. Very useful. As long as the planet doesn't have transplutonics, the soil nanites will give you +2 to that farming. Nice. I even have some Sabinosa on it. And this goofy laser. Look at this goofy guy. Goofy goober. Let's go. Give you reinforced bulkheads. Let's actually switch these the other way around. It is free, and frigates don't cost much to add to your fleet, even if you want to get rid of them later. They don't cost a lot of crew, they don't cost a lot of supplies to bring back into working order. Now we have to be careful with these readings, because often there'll be like a dormant fleet around a waypoint. Or just a dormant fleet in general. I see these guys. They're just some spicy boys. I don't even want to touch that. It's not worth the trouble if they decide to get angry about it. And they will sometimes get angry about you touching their stuff. So you gotta be ready to run at all points. Now, you see the danger here isn't that big of a deal. It's because there's no AI cores in there. Them running without AI cores, a lot easier to tackle. But even then, those cruisers are not like they're pretty hefty. Pay attention. Like this guy with the AI cores, even though he's got no cruisers, he's a more dangerous target because of the AI cores. Like, AI cores are really good officers. All their skills are elite. They have a lot of skills. Like, this guy probably has, like, each of the Gamma cores has at least 3 or 4 skills, and the Beta cores each have 5 or 6 skills. So, this fleet right here could probably tear me apart. I mean, it's got a lot of fighter support as well, which would be a problem. I might be able to turn the tide in my favor, just because I'm flying the Omen, and I'm really good with the Omen. As you've seen, I'm not just bragging. I'm good with the Omen. I can turn the tide. We might be able to win that fight, but it's not one I want to bother trying. It's not worth it. New officer, tell me about yourself. That's not bad. Clone though. So we're getting rid of you. Get out. No clones. Can't tell if the planet is clear or not. Yeah, they're not. Glad I looked. Oh, it's the base here. Is that guy coming towards me? I couldn't tell. So yeah. Scary, dangerous, hostile. Don't get near it. I mean, you can get near it. It's just a base. It won't attack you. But if one of them engages you under the base, then the base will get dragged into the fight. So you really don't want to don't get close to one. Alright. That's good. I don't want to go chasing ghosts. Let's keep going. Medium. Medium is mild. One of the things, when you check a gate, it'll tell you whether or not, here, don't go in there. But I'll just drop in on the planet, or I'll drop in on the star, depending on the difficulty, and you'll have much more safety doing that. Like on a high beacon, if I'm not sure, if there's like not a lot of planets, that means that there's more of a chance that the one you drop in on will have the station around it. So if there's not a lot of planets, you might just want to drop in on the star for extra safety. Get that, get that, get that. So that's Cerberus. No one there. Drop a ping. You don't normally want to drop pings, so they're coming after me, but I'm faster than them. It's one of the reasons why I want the high burn. I want to be able to move away from them very quickly. We're going to check out that field out there, but we're going to grab this mining station. Again, be wary. These guys could activate. And then we've got this group to deal with. Not a big problem. We'll just bring in our smaller ships. I'm no longer interested in bringing the Apogee in. It's got a level 5 officer in it anyway. In fact, I should have left the Wolf at home, because he doesn't need experience points, but extra help. These guys are a lot scarier than the other guys. Better weapons, better AI. Where's my ships? Why did you just abandon me, you assholes? See, this is one thing that really bothers me about the AI right now, is like, sometimes you really need to tell them what to do. Because they just all ignored this frigate to go chase ignored this destroyer to go chase a couple of frigates, leaving the destroyer for me. It's like, what the heck am I going to do against this destroyer? Do you see it not pointing? I need someone to give me an opening. Now I can get in there and fry him. But he's got a shield. I need an opening. Thanks, guy. He just blasted it in my face. I was not ready for someone to just throw sabots onto a dying target. Alright, anyway. Also, when we fight these guys, we get points with the hegemony. Because, yeah, hegemony don't like them. Oh, that's why you always salvage afterwards, too. This is a great item. Increases your mining of ore and transplutonic ore, so even a planet with terrible ore can suddenly provide a decent amount. Very nice item. Not the best of items, but very nice. Let's see what this is. Kind of big. Oh, that's wrong. Looked like it was big based on its sensor profile, but it was just stinky. Let's go find a high beacon real quick to show off, and then we'll pretty much have covered a majority of stuff out here. Let's get on this too. Okay, we'll do another one of these for fun. Why does it always seem like you go in on it, and it's always like, always, it feels like more often than not, you're gonna get blasted. But look at all this. Nice research station. Got an Odyssey cruiser blueprints. Oops. Hold on. Port. We got the bunch of mod specs. Some of my favorite ones too. I love Stabilized Shield. And a big old Needler. Got DACA boys. That's fantastic. And then look, we're going to get more when we salvage it too. Look at these big old cannons. Yeah. In fact, that big old cannon, we have a home for that big old cannon. It goes right here. Let's say the armored weapon bounce off you. You don't think it does. Let's, oh, very nice. Okay, check this build out. Alright, so let's get rid of, unstable injector as well. It'll just be slow. It's no big deal. Ion pulsar, auto pulsar. And do we not have extended magazine? Oh, we didn't get it yet. Alright, well, anyway. Let's put the ejector back on. And passengers, look at her. Yeah, I don't really care about not having point defense on this thing. It's got the swarmers to help deal with that. If you get hit by a salamander and start spinning, that's her own problem. I'm very happy with this. Very nice. Alright. Get eyes on this planet over here. It's hard to tell with those, the asteroid field around it, but it looks like there's nothing there. Looks like there's nothing in that asteroid field either. Doesn't look like there's anything going on over here. Frozen world, barren world, whatever. I want to burn across anyway. I just want to stress, I have 1,000 supplies, and I have containment procedures. Like, I do not care about wasting my resources now. I have way too many extra, and they were all free. So, that is why I am behaving so erratically when it comes to using, like, flying over the stars. I mean, you don't take a lot when you fly over the star, but, like, I don't really care about the fuel costs and the emergency burn. It doesn't cost me any more supplies now because I have containment procedures. I'm being reckless when it comes to diving in. I mean, that's how I dive in. I always dive in on neutron stars, but like, I'm far less worried about my resources because I have so many of them. But when you're low on supplies or fuel, you gotta be careful. I am low on neither, so I am being reckless. Nice, another research station. PhD, that's one guy. Weird. Throw this rock at him. Boink. Boink. Get fried. Nice. Thunderwing blueprints, some more mod specs. Blueprints packages, which by the way are worth like 20,000 a piece. Like buy 1,000, 15,000. The bomber wings, fighter wings, AI cores, some good weapons that are worth money. That one actually was not worth money, but whatever. It's kind of rare, so I'll pick it up. Antimatter blaster. Railguns are kind of rare too. Another soil nanite. Scrap that. So yeah, we're pretty much set to go start our nice little farming colony, get some soil nanites in on those habitable worlds that don't have rare ore, and then go find a nice rock that has rare ore and make it even more rare ore and then like set up some heavy industry after we, refine that metal, set up some heavy industry to start using it. Yeah, there's a lot of fun that we could have with these 3 items. Creating our own colony. Get away from that guy before he notices us. That's the other thing too, is like I'm pretty sure that guy responded to to an alarm or something on the research station, because there was not a beacon here. Yeah, having the phase shifts in your fleet, because you'll notice when I run sustained burn, my sensor profile is still like it's less. Like I have less of a sensor profile than I do sensor range, so I can see ships well before they see me, and that is a big part of what made a lot of this searching around, especially diving in on the warning beacons, a lot easier. Is that they can't see me before I see them, so I can always evade whatever I want. I don't have to get into any fights that I don't want to get into. It makes it significantly easier. And if I had to suggest anything when it comes to exploration, that's the main thing. Is insulate your engines, get some phase ships, don't get into fights you don't need to. Alright, so 2 planets, 3 stars, 2 warp points. You can check the warp points. Wow, I'm actually shocked that one didn't have people around it. I still don't trust it, because they usually do have people around it. So what I'm going to do is, White Dwarfs here is the chillest one, so we're going to dive in on the White Dwarf. Go dark while we do. Nothing around it. Ping, even nothing at all. We're going to put up our neutrino detector to be able to see fleets moving around us a little bit. Keep an eye on the radar. Go ping every once in a while. Okay, there's one guy. He's going to be heading towards where we were. He probably saw us. If he didn't, oh well. We're going to move this way. Alright, so I want to survey this planet. It's a high priority planet. It's got the arrays, as well as having the ruins. And you can see as we get close that we're outside of their sensor range anyway. So it's safe to explore this. I don't know if it was worth it, but we got a ton of organs. I'll grab them, because there's 1,000 of them, and we're getting ready to go back anyway. That's when I start getting a little more generous with what I will and won't pick up. Do a scanner anyway, because I can just go stealth. So you see he's still chasing where he thinks I'm going. And it's entirely because he could see me traveling that way. But now that I'm stealthed, like they're just going to keep going the way they think I'm going. Even though I'm not at all going that way. But if you keep traveling the same direction, it's going to look like they're chasing you, even though they can't see you. Next, level up. I don't even know what to get now. Get target analysis. It's one of my favorite skills to get when I'm flying the Omen, and in general, because it's the best damage buff. It allows little ships to punch up harder. And if you're flying a bigger ship, it lets you hit other bigger ships even harder. Like, it's just straight up the best damage buff in the game. It gives you more damage where you want it against bigger targets. How stinky are you? Not very. Compromised armor? It's not bad. It's a freighter. Grab it. Invisible. They shouldn't see me. Get by them. Collecting cash. That was a risky maneuver there. I probably should not have done that scan, and I definitely should have been a little more evasive with my maneuvers. But I knew that I was still moved pretty quickly when going slow. I mean, they're only moving at a 9, and I was moving at a 7, so I was confident I'd be fine to get out of their way in time. And I did. I don't have anything on that. Let me grab the freighter, because it's for freight. But yeah, that was a high beacon. Let's go find another high beacon when we go back. There might be one in those. I'm going to take my bet out here to those. Kind of using the star chart as well to fly a little bit. I probably should talk about this earlier. You come into this menu and you turn off the Starscape, you kind of get a good picture of where the hyperspace storms are. It's not a perfect picture. The reality is that there's actually more open space than it looks. But sometimes, like, well, this isn't the greatest picture, but it still helps out a lot. Plus, you can see where the slipstreams are. And it kind of gives you an idea of where like the highways are, so you can get around a little quicker. I'm using that on my map to kind of steer myself. Medium is mild. Let's go in. Oops. Alright, so I didn't... Alright, we're okay. It was idle. I shouldn't have just jumped in that quickly, but, you know. Crazy guy. Did not mean to ping like that. Okay, so they definitely see us, but we're gonna hide over here, hide some more. Do not want to cuddle up with those guys, but we do want that orbital habitat. So what we're gonna do, so do they have a sensor thing here? They do have a sensor right here. So what we're gonna do is burn off over here. He's not gonna follow us. Okay, we're gonna come over here. It's unguarded. We're gonna flame it. That should lower their sensor rating, because now it's ours, not theirs. Yeah. Imagine he left. This place out. It's a pretty little world. Take it back. To have only organics and rare ore, and then like that's like the worst combination, because now you're mining for like you're not getting any real bonuses on top of your mining like you would if there was some other kind of resource there. And you're also not getting you can't use soil nanites, so that's a bummer too. You'll notice I'm being extra reckless now because I'm ready to wrap up. Lots of recipes there. Got needler, swarmer. Oops. Blueprints. It's generally worth it to get blueprints, because at some point you're going to want to start a colony. You're going to want to have learned those blueprints. Alright, get me out of here, Captain. Oh wait, I'm the captain. Whoop. Away we go. Alright, let's go over here and see if there's another beacon. Actually, there might be one down here. One other heavy beacon. Ooh, beacon. Yellow, medium beacon. Okay. Not on the star, go dark. Is this debris field or is it a derelict field? Debris field. Side over here. Jungle World. Let's see what's around the Jungle World. Is anyone nearby? No, there's not. Just click on that. Check it out. Lots of volatiles. We'll grab those. Of course, I'll probably end up chucking them out the window once we find cooler stuff. But hey, you know, that's how it works. Research station. Very nice. Grab that. Learn. Take. So many of those now. Yeah, swarm rack, because I want to put it on my, one guy. Alright. Salvage. Grab that. Nice. Needlers. And, now we're at the point where I need to start whipping stuff out into space. So let's just whip, like, I don't need this. Just get rid of that. What is that? Buffalo? Don't care about buffalo. Oh, safe sensor array. You'll notice he wasn't able to see us, so we could just do that quick U-turn. And he heads off that way while we escape. Escape! Let's get to this. Hello. Alright, let's see. I don't think these are going to have a red... They might have a red beacon. We're towards the end of our tour. I'm just trying to find some more... I'm trying to find a red beacon to jump in on. Already kind of gone over a lot of the hazards in space. Found some lovely goods, including a bunch of organs, which I normally wouldn't take, but, you know, there was 1,000 of them, so I figured I might as well grab them. I mean, I'll turn my nose up to a handful of organs, but that's literally 300,000 credits staring me in the face. I can't ignore that. But we did get a couple nanoforges, a drill, some soil nanites. It's not the worst haul. Some AI cores. In general, pretty good. We've been out for 4 hours, so that's like a full year in the game. Haven't returned to port once, so that was fun. A couple of medium beacons again. I don't really want a medium beacon. It's a big system. I don't want to fly around a big system. Take forever. I just want to hit up one more red beacon, and then I'm going to take a break. And I'm going to come back from the break. Probably play around with these items I found. There's not really much to do with them, though. Like, the corrupt nanoforge can't really impact the economy too much. I don't want to get near that guy. See, this is what I was talking about with, at the end of slipstreams, you can find dangerous people. That's probably a pirate or a Ludic Path Row. Whoever he is, he's laying in wait, and that's the thing. So you don't want to get anywhere near that guy, because he's waiting for trouble, is what he's waiting for. We don't want to mess with that. I just want to find a red beacon. What's going on over here? Red beacon? No beacon. I don't know where all the red beacons are. It's a pretty easy time in this system. Oh, well, there's a pirate base or something like that. No beacons whatsoever. Sheesh. Right. It's a weird system to not have any beacons like this. I'm starting to run low on gas. Alright, let's go check that cluster up past Naraka. Alright, yeah, Naraka. See what we can find up there. Maybe there'll be a nice little red beacon we can peek in on. That'll probably be the end of our fuel. You'll see how, like, with containment procedures, like, I literally did an entire lap around the system with no stress. Especially when you have bulk transport as well. So you start with a big number, and then that number doesn't go down too quickly because you've got the beacon or the containment procedures helping you out. And again, like, we've almost got 1 million. We left with what, like, it was only like 100,000 left after when we were on our way out, and now we're almost at 1 million. Another reason that the commission is great to grab. I plan on resigning as soon as I return back to the core worlds, but if you're going to start with exploration, having that commission is a great way to not only make money but also cover your expenses for crew and for officers that you find. Ugh. Alright, I'm just not finding any danger beacons. I think we pretty much searched most of these systems. So I guess it's just a really chill universe, I don't know. Anyway, but you kind of saw, like, what to do in some of the yellow systems. The main trick is just having a low sensor profile, so you don't have to fight if you don't want to, and you generally don't want to fight. So let's get into comms. Figure out who wants our organs. Oh, Hesperus actually wants some. But I'm going to take him to Contest Den. When you go to unload your survey data and all that, obviously you want to do it on the black market so you get full value. And because you're doing that, you're going to unload a significant amount of goods onto the black market. Don't do that in a place where you care about your reputation, because you're going to ruin it. Like, I did it once at an independent colony, not thinking about it, and it literally dropped my reputation by like 20 or 30 points. So we're just going to go visit Contest Den, since they want our organs. We'll sell them all. So that's a nice amount of money to make off the organs. That's why I grabbed them, because there were so many of them. We'll go ahead and we'll take our gas probably to Syndria, since we're going to head there to get more gas anyway. Same with the lobsters. We'll hold on to those, sell those where they're valuable. And we only got the lobsters for the meme. They're not super valuable and they're difficult to unload sometimes, but they're rare and pretty. We sell the survey data. You can keep the weapons if you want. I mean, if you're trying to hoard weapons, you'll have more weapons than this anyway, but I got the valuable ones specifically to get the valuable ones. So you'll see our survey data actually jumped us up quite a bit, because we only went after valuable targets. So, like, most of it is just those valuable targets. Huge chunk of change there. Yeah, 210,000 for the 7 pieces of good survey data. We'll sell off our weapons. And, not terrible amount of... Well, we didn't get a lot of them either. Now, the real prize for weapons value is down here in the fighters. So we're at 670,000. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and confirm this. Yeah, I want to see the big number. So, 773,000. Start adding these guys on. Like almost a full 100,000 on top of that, like 80,000. And we add the mod spec and the recipe. Another almost another 100,000. And we save these. We don't sell these willy-nilly. So without even cashing in our volatiles, after having really blown our supplies out the window, because if I had rationed a little better, I would have come back with probably 1,000 supplies to sell as well. But towards the end there, I was just, I just wanted to be done. I've been going for 4 hours and I need a break. But yeah, 800,000 on top of the 900,000 that we got from just idle commission. And that was a very bad run. I spent a lot of time out there, and I didn't find most of this stuff until the last 30 minutes. Like, I should have found a lot more stuff. But while we were out there, I could have also been surveying more planets. I could have been diving in on systems and been a little more thorough. But still, huge chunk of change, and we didn't have to return to the core worlds the entire time. And that was the main thing I was trying to show off, is that if you do it right, you don't need to return to the core worlds, and if you're only focusing on the things that are really valuable, then you'll make the trip much more worth it. Like, forget the metal, Forget the goods, the organics, any of that stuff. The only thing you want to grab is volatiles for your scanner, which you can sometimes sell back for some money. I mean, that's not really a lot of money. We're going to go to Syndria and maybe double that. It's not really a lot. But the point is I was hoarding them because I could use the neutrino detector as much as I wanted. And then at the end there, I just grabbed a bunch because, you know, I knew we were heading back soon. When you know you're getting ready to head back, then it's different. You can just grab some things just to grab them. But if you hoard drugs in your cargo hold waiting to go back, I guess you can do that. But then if you come back with only 50 drugs, it's like, silly. Plus, the longer you have something in your cargo hold, the more you want to go back and sell it. And that could make you turn back right before you get that big find. Oh, the other thing, too, is we have all these lovely AI cores we could turn in somewhere. Not here, but we could. Which is another, if we wanted to, 300,000 for the gamma cores, depending on who we turn it into. If you turn it into, like, Tritachyon, that's 900,000 for those gamma cores. Plus 15 rep. And then quite a bit for the beta cores as well. Almost, it's 180,000 for those, and then this guy gets you 450,000. So you could get, you know, almost double our money again if you turn these AI cores into Tritachyon. Not to mention, they would actually really like you for doing that too. As for these items, there's not a lot of cool stuff you can really do with them. I mean, you could find a planet to give these soil nanites to and create like a little bit of a food hustle. Like what you do for that is you look at the low market share. Not these guys because they get raided all the time, but like Asharu here. If you go and give those soil nanites to Asharu, it would probably create enough of a surplus to really be able to take advantage of it. And if you see here on Asharu, they don't have... no, that's Contestant, never mind. If you go to Asharu, which is in Corvus, the Garner pirates are there. The problem with giving it to someone with pirates is that they'll be raided and it'll ruin your supply. Myasura, same kind of problem. Westernese is a little more reliable. So you can give these soil nanites to Aylmer. Let's go do that now. Just burn out of here, who cares? Just drop by Syndria real quick, pick up some gas. Now again, our fleet is so small that we don't use a ton of gas. We could, you know, heck it, we don't need to go get gas, we can just make it. Having smaller ships in the fleet really helps out for letting your gas go that much further. And that's the other reason to avoid fights, is that you're not going to have the big ships to really make fights easier. So let's go to Aylmer. Drop right in. Pick up some gas and supplies while we're here. Oh, I just need gas, really. Now, what you do is you sell it to them on the open market. So you pick one up, drop it here, confirm, and they don't use it because they... Why don't they use it? Why didn't they use it? Oh, because they have volatiles. Give me that back. Alright, so Aylmer won't work. We need to find a different place to give it to. Now, you can use it on your own colonies, but you can't buy at a discount on your own colonies. I think if you have commerce, you might be able to. I haven't really experimented with that much. Alright, we need somewhere else to bring it. Sharu could work. I want to do it to hegemony. Chalcedon won't really work because they have they get raided all the time. And Marioth and Myasura, I mean, they get raided all the time too, though. Not really any good options. I guess we can go to the... Alright, let's check some of these out. So, Tartarus, and Gilead, and Fickenheld and Mazalot. Alright, so what we do here is go on this. Mazalot is here, isn't it? No, Fickenell's here. Oh, it's a water world, so we can't use it there. Mazalot's out here. We can put it there. And we got Gilead. Yeah, we can put it there. Gilead might be a good one to put it on. It also depends on who you like as well. And we can put it here too. Because, like, if you want to get good rep with them, it'll allow you to trade on... so what we're going to do is create a huge surplus on these places. So I want to look at them... actually, I can get back some access to the market again. Alright, let's go down to one of these guys. You want to make sure their access isn't too terribly high, because if they can just trade it, it's not really going to create much of a surplus. So, like here, one of the things you can do with the Corrupt Nano Forge, it's not as good as doing it with the Pristine Nano Forge, but you can give it to the pirates. So here, I'll drop in here. Go over here. Oh, no, hello. I don't want to play with you. Alright, so you'll see right now they have a... they're low on supplies. But anyway, 424 for their heavy armaments. Give them one. And now it's down to 287. And they have an excess. And even though they're short on these, they're not as bad either. So now we could easily buy a ton of weapons for much cheaper than normal. They're also going to start stockpiling much more of them as well. You'll see here now they have a huge surplus. They always have a surplus, but now they're going to have a huge surplus. They got raided, and they're still doing fine on heavy machines and heavy weapons. And it's because their access is so low. They don't have access to a lot of trade. So once, like, we go down and we drop these soil nanites off at the Luddic Church, and we come back this way, there'll be a huge amount of weapons. Not a huge. Huge is when you put the Pristine Nano Forge there. There'll be a good amount of weapons and supplies there. And that's because of their low access. You have to sell it on the open market in order for them to use it, by the way. If you sell it on the black market, then they don't use it. It just sits there on the black market. So I would do the same thing here. See, yeah, okay. Good stuff, good stuff. They lose heavy machines on their farming, so their production's down, actually. It's kind of lame. I wonder if they'll use it, because sometimes, like... do I really want to do it here? Their production's down. Hold on, let me see what's going on with you guys. It's like, your production's down because you got raided. These guys are getting raided too, though. Oh wait, no, I'm not looking at the right one. Yeah, you lost a trade fleet, that's what it is. The access at Tartarus is less, though. So let's take it there, because they have a megaport here. They don't have a megaport at Tartarus. Call it Tartarus, I should call it tartar sauce. It's like Tartessus. Yeah, Tartessus. Anyway, we're going to go down to tartar sauce. Give it to them instead, because their access is smaller, so they won't be able to ship the excess that they made. And that's where we come in, where we can start buying low and selling high. So we'll give them the soil nanites. Just want to double check they'll use it. They'll probably use it. Yeah. There you go, guys. Enjoy. I put it right in, and now you'll see food is really cheap here. Huh. They have a surplus. Quite a big surplus. Very nice, eh? Now, again, this is like one of the lamer items to use it on, because food you can't really turn over and get a huge profit on. But they still do have excess food. So you can still, like, more than double your money. And if you buy it here on the regular market, and, like, you know, fortunately you have to do it in orders of, like, 200. But, or 2,000, I mean. But by buying it on the open market and then selling it over in Hesperus on the open market, like, you'll lose some money. It'll be like 14 a unit here, so you're gonna lose like, yeah, you lose like 77 here, and then when you sell it to them at Hesperus, you'll lose quite a bit as well. You'll only make 3,200. So you actually lose out money on this deal because of the tariffs. Wait, did I do that math right? Hold on, it's you're selling. Let's do it in a clean number. Let's do 2,000. 2,000. So you just buy it for 3,000, and you're going to sell it. There's the tariff, 30%. So it's going to be like selling it for 18 a unit. So you make, yeah, only 32,000. Such tiny margins, but you make a lot of goodwill. That's why I don't like really trading in food, and that's one of the reasons why I think soil nanites are not a great item. But you can do this with other items. One of the things you can do it with is ore. Ore, again, is like a large volume trade thing. So like over here in Asconia, how Umbra always has like this excess ore. Well, we could give them that drill and then have even more excess ore. We could do the same thing here at Connie Pirates. You just gotta make sure they're not a habitable planet. So like, yeah, Connie Pirates aren't habitable. They could use it here, and you would get a lot of extra ore for sale there. Transplutonics would be a little more viable to sell. Like here, you don't want to put it because they only have the one kind of ore. So let's give it to the Connie Pirates. And giving it to Pirates is great. In fact, I may want to give that the soil nanites to either the. So like I give the. How are you doing for like? Oh, I'm gonna go dark. Oh, you gotta take the transponder off. Actually, you're not in bad shape. Oh, but you don't have they don't have the thing. How that they don't. But we can give them this. Thanks. And now, yeah, look at that 1. So now you could just bring like a bunch of freighters over here, soak up all this ore for 1, and then run it over to the Captain Starworks and get tons of money. Like that would be 50, be over 200,000 for 1 trip, as long as you could actually carry the 15,000 units that you need to carry. But like the biggest margins are actually on ore. It's kind of funny. Who's the pirates that sell food? We'll go give them the. Actually, you know what? I'll create an extra trade route here. I'm going to give this to the Chalcedon. Now, they get raided a lot by the pirates living nearby, but... Oh, they can't use it because they have rare ore. Never mind. Oh, hold on, let me see who can use it, though, for pirates. Karis. Okay, Karis is on the other side. Asharu can't, right? Wasn't Asharu, like... something wrong with Asharu? No, Asharu could use it. Alright, let's go give it to Asharu. They won't get raided a ton. So this won't be such a big deal. Let's go get some supplies real quick. Go visit our pirate friends and see how they're making use of that nano forge we gave them. Hey, buddies. Yeah, look at that. So now they have a lot more stockpile. You can get up to 400 now between the black and like easily more than 400. If you grabbed up the whole stack, it's not that expensive. It's under 400 a piece. So even if you don't have a good deal, you can make a lot of money. Right now, there's a great deal at Epiphany. You could make tons of cash. Like and with heavy weapons, even though you're not dealing in large numbers or large units, you're dealing in large value. So, like, if you could supply all of that 40,000 or 400, you'd end up with 400,000. Actually, it's more going to be like, it's probably going to be a little bit less than that. Probably going to be like 360,000 probably. But same now the supplies with the Corrupt Nanoforge, because they always have shortages. Unfortunately, here. but you can still grab the heavy arms, and you can grab heavy machines, which you can still make a decent profit on too. And if you're in a smaller fleet, like you're trying to run a slim, like the same thing that we did out in the deep space, you can do that in the core worlds too. And it's the best way to smuggle because you'll have a low sensor profile. And if you focus on smaller units, like only dealing in the heavy arms and the heavy machines, because you deal in smaller shipments, like the most you'll see a demand for is 300 or 600. You don't usually see a bigger demand than that. Whereas with drugs, it's like 12,000 or 1,200 too. So it's like you can, if you have a small fleet, you might not be able to fit them all on your fleet. But you also aren't going to make a ton of money. Even if we got those things for 150 a piece, we would double our money, which isn't terrible, especially since we're dealing in large units. Like we could turn 150,000 into 300,000, which is kind of nice. But with these weapons, like buying them here, so we can get them for about 300 a piece with the overstock. Probably get them at least for under 400, probably 350 to get that full 400. So let me grab the calculator real quick because I'm about to do too much math for my cooked brain. So we got them for 350 a piece, and we delivered. That's the same 140,000. So it was 150 for the drugs. Now it's 140, and that was fuzzy math in favor of the drugs, and I'm doing fuzzy math not in favor of the heavy weapons. So it's actually a bigger difference. Like the weapons are actually cheaper, and we're going to be making, like I said, for that 150, we're going to be making 400,000 instead of the 300,000. And good luck getting all those drugs in one place. Because unless you gave an embryo machine to Hybrossel, or to Ocean Brie, over in Hybrossel, the Tritachyon place that sells all the drugs. Like, this is the best hookup for drugs. It's coming to Hybrossel. Go into Ocean Brie. They have a really good supply on the black market and open market. You can usually get 1,000 there, but that's not going to fulfill a full order of 12,000, of 1,200 or 1,600, and those are the orders that pay the most. These 1,200 orders are only doubling your money. The 800 orders, some of them aren't even going to give you like a margin to work with, and you can see that Ocean Brie doesn't even have all that much right now. Only when you have the embryo machine installed there can you get a lot. So finding a supply of drugs is not easy. But now once you build a colony, getting a large supply of drugs is very easy. But if you're doing the trade hustle with just the core worlds, heavy weapons is where it's at. Heavy machines it's alright, because again, you're doing the small numbers. Supplies are pretty good to deal in, because you can usually, like, that Epiphany needs supplies so badly that you could triple your money. Like, that's really good. And you're dealing in large units, so if you bought them for 100, so you're going to spend 300,000 to buy them, but then you're going to clear like 800,000 to 900,000 when you sell them. Those are some big numbers. Those are the numbers that I worry about. That's one of the reasons why I tend not to deal in drugs too much unless I see a huge deficit. What I'll do is I'll carry one druggie, one weapon, and, well, you've always got supplies on you, but carry one of each of those on you so you can always check the market. And when I see that big drug deal show up, that's when I move. Otherwise, I'm dealing in heavy weapons, supplies. I'm going to grab stuff that's that's got a surplus from one place to sell at a deficit to another. So, like, I'll buy these weapon machines here for what's that, like 30,000? You can sell them to Umbra. Clear, triple my money on that. It's pretty good. And we're getting huge surpluses because we gave them that Corrupt Nano Forge. That's one of the reasons why we can get such a good deal there. If you give them the Pristine Nano Forge, it's even crazier. It's so good, the deals you can get there, because their access is so bad that they can't trade away. So they need to rely on some, space scumbag like me to come and scoop up all their heavy machines to sell them somewhere. But nobody wants to come to the pirate place to do that because everyone nearby will just harass them. So they need a space scumbag like me. Alright, let's go see what happens if we give a Sharu these soil nanites. Alright. Open market. Soil nanites. Enjoy. And that brings the food. Doesn't bring it down right away. I guess because they have the access to trade it. Yeah, see, that was a bummer. Well, we'll just fly around for a little bit and see what happens. Speaking of which, though, like, where is there a place that I could give this other nano forge to? Because these guys all have one. Maybe Nova Maxis, then. Give it to them. Asher, maybe? Asher's got the lower access. Does it have low access because they're being raided, or just... Alright. I'll give it to Asher and see what happens. I'm still experimenting with like, where I want to put these. So, like, I'm not sure about a Sharu. A Sharu might not be a place to give the soil nanites to. Well, I'm going to run out of gas. Buy some gas up real quick. Get me out of here. Let's go check out the Sharu. Or Asher, I mean. No, whoa. Was it Sharu, wasn't it? Is it a Sharu or was it Asher? I think it's Asher. Sharu's not a place. Yeah, it's here. Over the works. They already have a prep nano forge. Darn. So let's see Nova Maxis then. They probably already have one too. Nice. Right on top of this. They do. Okay, so corrupt nanoforges are not as great. It does increase your production, though, and the ship quality, so they're good for your colonies, although the best one is the only one that matters, so if you have a pristine nanoforge, getting the others won't increase your quality any further. It just allows you to have more production, which is nice. It's basically a free extra production item on your colonies. It also improves the monthly production you can do, which is nice as well. We can go check Raisveld, but my guess is they're going to have one too. Kulan I know does. So check Raisveld real quick. Pretty sure they have one. So corrupt nanoforges aren't that great. They probably are like, between them and soil nanites, I mean, that +1 production is pretty nice, though. And you can still give the corrupt nanoforge to the pirates. Whereas the soil nanites, it's like, even if you got a great deal on food, I don't know that it's worth stressing over. Check out Raisveld. See if they have one. Probably do, though. They might not. We'll see. Ah, they don't. Okay, so let's give them this one. See how that changes things up. Cheap supplies. Weapons aren't super cheap here. But we'll come back after a minute. Give it time to warm up. So let's go visit a Sharu. Not a Sharu. The place where we left our soil nanites. Oh, hello. There's a big ass pirate fleet. Oh, look at our sick maneuvers. We're going to do flips and barrel rolls. Get out of there. Like that. We don't want any part of that. Alright. Now let's see what it actually looks like with their food. Yeah, it looks like they're able to they're able to they have enough access to be able to ship it. So it's not going to build a surplus up here. And this was our last shot, really. Because Chalcedon has the rare ore. I guess Karis. We could check Karis. Did we check them? I think Karis has volatiles. Which I think means you can't use it as well, right? Yeah, they have volatiles there, so you can't use it there either. So really the only options are the options that we used already. Or the one option we used and then is the best. So I guess save this. So the first one is okay. If you put it over here on Tartessus. But the second one, there's not really a good in-system target. Let's go see how the market changed. So they have a surplus, yeah. So it's created quite a bit of a surplus. Not a huge deal, though, the 11. But if you're dealing black market, like this is an easy place to sneak in on, because they have the ring system, they have the asteroid belt, like you get really quiet here. Like even with the transponder turned on, you can see my profile is super small. So it's really easy to sneak in here, so you can buy without hurting your rep. And because they have quite a bit on the black market, so you'd be able to pick up enough at least to, what I would say, this would be a great place to start a trade route. So like if you're low on money, you come here to buy up some food, because all you need is 35,000, and you can buy up this entire stack off the black market, and then take it over to Raisvelg or Eldenfell to sell it. And if you can sneak in there easily, and Raisvelg is pretty easy to sneak in because the patrols don't always hang around it. Eldfell is a free, is probably the better one to go to, because most independent ports are free ports. Most, not all of them, but most are free ports. So you can sneak into Eldfell with your transponder off, and it's no big deal. As long as you don't get popped by the Persean League from Kezron. But they don't usually patrol around Eldfeld. You just got to be careful that you're not stinking up a storm, burning through there with loud engines, and you should be fine sneaking into Eldfell. And you can sell this and make decent money without really hurting your rep. In fact, let's do it right now. So we pick up. We'll go ahead and we can pick up to carry this in. What's your cargo capacity? 600. What are you guys? 250. We do 400. Just got one buffalo. Alright, let's pick up the buffalo. Let's pick up the venture. And let's put a transponder back on. Let's pick up these buffalo as well. Alright, now, I said I was going to do it at some point, I'm doing it now. Crack these guys. I'm going to crack the kite as well. Crack the kite. Alright, and let's go ahead and I just want to put insulated engines. How slow are you? 9? 9's fine. Apogee's pretty slow. Actually, we got it now, we can throw it on there. No. Apogee's slow. So let's just leave them all slow. I'm just putting on expanded cargo holds and insulated engines. There we go. Insulated engines. That's all I want. I don't care about the other stuff. This guy is super slow though, but he's fast enough because he's a civilian ship. And since it's a civilian ship, it gets the bonus from bulk transport. If you militarize them, they lose that bonus. So bulk transport actually makes civilian ships pretty handy, because they're no longer super slow. You don't need to build in any drive fields. Alright, so brings us up to easily, comfortably carrying 4,000. Let's go ahead and drop our transponder again. We're going to pick up the stack on the black market, the full stack. And then we're going to come back in with a transponder on and grab the rest of the surplus off of the regular market, because we're still getting it for a great deal. So that was like 15, so I forget how much we spent on that. Let's go see how much we make. That's what we really want to know. Going to Eldfell, that's Epiphany. Eldfell is over here in Thule. Now, before you go in system, open up comms, double check. Eldfell still wants it. Alright. The worst thing to do is arrive in port, and it's like, well, we don't need that anymore. That's like, well, heck you. Heck you to hell. Boop, 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 boop. 100,000. I think we maybe spent 30 on it. 40, 50. I think it was maybe 40, 50 per unit. For the total, I mean. So we double our money, and it didn't cost us much to get there. That was the other thing, too. Is that 400 that we spent, or that 500 that we spent is not hard to come by. And if it is, then I can show you another way you can get a nice little boosty. Is there any other ships we can buy here? I want to see if we can get a big old freighter somewhere. You know what? Let me buy a Tarsus. I like Tarsus. Where'd it go? What's its shape? It's alright. Right, fuel injector, increased maintenance. You just don't want to see compromised storage when you're buying freighters. See that compromised storage? Move along. Alright, we don't want to get rid of any of our combat ships, so we'll start popping drone tenders. Because we still want to be intimidating enough that the pirates won't harass us. And we keep doing the insulated engine assembly because that keeps our sensor profile down when we decide to go stealth. And since we're flying through civilized space, we don't want to get yelled at, so we have our transponder on. And you'll see that there's a patrol hanging out, as well as another patrol hanging out. But you know what? If we go into here, boom, we're out of sensor range. Go dark. They can barely heckin' see us. We can get it right there on that space station, and we can start doing our trading. And here, I actually just came here to pick up ships because I want more cargo space. So I'm actually going to turn the transponder back on because I'm hoping they have an Atlas. They don't, but they have another Tarsus, and I like the Tarsus. And they have another Buffalo. Let's go ahead and grab that Buffalo. I'll grab these two Ventures. Pop. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep popping tenders. Alright. And what was the new ship? This one. Expanded cargo, insulated engines. Expanded cargo, insulated engines. Expanded cargo, insulated engines. Yeah. I'm just going to talk my way out of it to get that bonus XP. Although, in this situation, there would have been no problem with that, letting them scan me. I have no illegal cargo. That's one of the best things about smuggling legal goods, is that if you have no illegal cargo, you ain't worried. Now we're using up a ton of gas, though. That's the one downside of running a big trade fleet, is you go through gas a lot. So you got to make sure your trips are worth it. And that's one of the reasons why we're coming here. Not here. I forget why we came here. We're not coming here for anything, right? No, they don't have anything we want. We want Connie Pirates. Yeah, down here. Leave us alone. Making terrorists. So the Connie Pirate, that's where we dropped the drill off, remember? I remember. Alright, so look at all that ore. Oh, it's so good for $1. Alright, so we can't get the full amount, but Eldfell wants, we're going to go to Eldfell because we're going to bring this 1,000 transplutonics that they want. So we're going to spend 15, let's call that 16, let's round up. We're going to spend 16 on transplutonics, and, what, 8,000, 8 on ore, 16 and 8, not even, 16 and 7. These are 1 apiece. So yeah, we spent 1 apiece on these, alright? 1 apiece on those and like 16 on that, okay? Okay. I guess the average price averages out to 1 apiece because we're still spending more than 1 apiece. So it's like 23, so let's just 23, 25 for all the stuff we just picked up. We're going back to Eldfell. You know where it is already. Boom, boom. And that's on the... Excuse me, sorry, I'm sitting with the wrong market here. Boom, boom. So we just turned 23,000 into 165,000. And by the way, 60. You remember we only spent like, what was it, 700? No, 7,000? We spent 7,000 on these guys, and we're here at the worst deal. If we had brought these over to the Starworks, we probably would have cleared 10. Although the Starworks, the price went down, so I'm glad I brought it here. But yeah, pretty hefty pocket change, considering we made 1 trip and we were dealing in legal goods. So even if we got stopped, no problem. We're just dealing in rocks. We're just rock collecting. The transplutonics, there's not usually a high demand for, and when there's not a demand for it, the margin isn't super good. Although now that we've got the Connie Pirates that drill, the margin is much better. So like we could still quadruple the money. Is it quadruple? No, it's just under. It's still 3 times the money if we were to sell it to like Nortia or Agrias. Nortia is a good target because Nortia has an asteroid field around it as well, so they're really easy to sneak in on. Plus, they're an independent, so they don't care. Eldfell is a good target because you just saw me sneak in on it. They're very easy to sneak in on, so you can usually get in here with your transponder off. And Eldfell, though, is the one that, like, Eldfell will often have a shortage because these guys often get raided by the Pirate Basin system, where their trade routes get raided. But Nortia also will have shortages as well. But you can usually only sell like 500 to 1,000 transplutonics at a time, and that's why you want to have a huge-ass cargo hold, so you can start moving the ore as well. Because if you can buy ore in large amounts for only 1 apiece, even if you sell it for the normal 8, you're still multiplying your money significantly. And the other thing too is the supply is huge. We could also go to Umbra or Kruer and pick up metal, and we can sell it to just about any of these places because our margins are so good. Although it's not really good at Kruer or Umbra. Sometimes Umbra has it for 1 apiece, and if you got a second drill, you would definitely want to give it to Umbra. But the Connie Pirates have the even worse trade routes, so they're the best, I think, for the drill for now. But if you got a second one, give it to Umbra, absolutely, and then just retire as a rock collector. Get like a fleet of Atlases, and then just shift rocks all over the place. You're gonna make a killing. But yeah, there's other items, other things you can do with that too, with other items, and I'm gonna explore that in a different video. This is sort of like, you know, me just messing around with the items I found after exploring. So think of it as a bonus to the exploration guide. For these, like, honestly, they're great colony items. 30 is way more than you would need. That's enough for like 3, 4, 5 colonies. These guys, beta cores are debatable whether they're at all useful. The alpha cores are fantastic. But you can also turn these in for rep or money. If you want money, turn them in to Tritachyon. But if you want rep, just pick whichever place you want the rep with and trade them all in. Like here, we could trade them in. Open directory, talk to the administrator. Boom, boom, boom. We'd get 1 million off of this because they're doubling the bounty. The bounty is based. Both of these numbers are based on hegemony, because the hegemony are the ones that put the bounty out normally, and then the reputation gain is like that is like both of these are per faction. It's like they're different per each faction. You get the least money with the Ludic Church and the Ludic Path, but you get the most. You get the most rep with the Ludic Church, I think. I don't think you don't get a lot of rep with the Path either. I think that's just it's 10% and 100 for the Path. But with the, I forget what it is with the Pirates. I think with the Pirates you can't do it because they don't have administrators or something. I think that's what it is. Ugh, excuse me. I need to go have a nice little break. Anyway, so yeah. If you added those on top of the money we made out there, we spent 4 hours exploring and came back with over 2 million in value. We only got into 1 or 2 sketchy fights. And honestly, you could have avoided them because it turned out we didn't really get too much out of those fights, value-wise. Could have returned with like 1,000 supplies had I been a little more careful, and those 1,000 supplies we could have been able to sell those potentially for 300,000. Like, it's not too difficult to make money when you're exploring, so long as you know what you're doing. That's the main thing, is knowing what you're doing. Because if you get wiped while you're out there, that's a problem. But, yeah. Anyway, thank you for joining me for this lovely guide. As far as the stream is concerned, I'm going to take a break, and I will be back. But as far as the guide is concerned, yeah, I went a bit long. I wasn't expecting to do a 5-hour video, but honestly, when you're doing like the guides for Starsector and you're playing live while you're doing them, it's hard to not go long. And so at some point I'll do like an edited video, a more brief one. But for now, at least there's this. Anyway, hope you enjoyed it. I would appreciate any feedback, aside from it's long. I know it's long. I do plan on doing shorter ones at some point, but video editing. So anyway, thank you again. I will be back probably. I don't know what I'm going to be playing when I come back though, so I'm going to go ahead and drop the stream. But I do play Starsector quite often, so go ahead and subliminal ad. And I'll see you guys around.